Chapter 860. That was a very peaceful era. There were no wars, no natural disasters, and everyone was at peace. There were no gaps between the dozens of races, except for the occasional little pranks from the magical beasts who were also born from the same origin. But this was all forgiven by the spirit of the stars. He was magnanimous and never sided with any race. He could tolerate all the children who made mistakes in this world. This peaceful era lasted for a very, very long time. The peaceful life ended very suddenly. Without any warning, without any preparation, it appeared. The sky darkened, the stars dimmed, the sun was twisted into a cluster of light that looked like a sea urchin, the mountains were stretched into thin noodles, and anyone who touched it would turn into a weird shape in a few seconds. They might turn into a giant more than 10 meters tall that looked like a monster, or they might shrink to the size of a grain of rice, which was even smaller than the elves. However, there was no doubt that anyone who was touched by it would die within a short period of time. Even the most powerful saints of human beings and the wisest elders of elves could not survive more than 5 seconds in the hands of it. Not a single species was left behind. The land and the mountains trembled in fear because of its arrival, and they all fell apart in the end. Nobody knew what it was. They could only tell that it was a cluster of black fog that blocked the sky and the sun, or more like a black cloud. Wherever it passed, only the chaotic land was left. There was no life left. Not even a skeleton was left. It first appeared on the Star Origin continent under our feet, right in the center of the dim forest. Soon, it showed up on the 6 moons as well. It spread so fast that it could devour a mountain range and a forest in the blink of an eye. The human city walls couldn't stop it from spreading. By the time all the races realized what was happening and started to fight back, it had already infected 1/3 of the Star Origin continent. 3 of the 6 moons had already fallen silent, and countless lives on them had been killed. Before that, no one had even sent out a signal for help. They just let the black mist of death spread unscrupulously and died quietly without any sign of resistance. It was like the world was being executed quietly. It was fast, and there was no pain. The entire world was destroyed before panic was born, Yun Nuoshing said in a low voice. Qian Fu nodded and let out a long sigh of relief. He patted his black robe and said, "It was also at this time that the spirit of the stars appeared. He held a brilliant golden holy staff, and endless holy light poured down from the stars like purifying light. It immediately eliminated the black fog on the 3 moons and suppressed the expansion of it on the Star Yuan continent. However, the range of the explosion was too large, and the speed at which it spread was beyond everyone's imagination. The human army, the elves' array masters, the giants' spiritual masters, and dozens of other races' defensive lines were extremely weak against it. Their attacks had no obvious effect on it, and they could only slow down the speed of its spreading. Even with the help of the spirit of the stars and the help of all the races, the land of the Star Yuan continent was still gradually eroded. People had to shrink their defensive lines. The long battle lasted for millions of years. In fact, no one knew who they were fighting. Panic spread like wildfire among all the races. However, under the pressure of it, all the races were very rational and didn't have any internal strife. Even though the defensive lines were shrinking day by day, and even though there were only people left on the Star Yuan continent and the Crimson Moon, no one retreated. Even the spirit of the stars was getting tired day by day. The benevolent spirit of the stars didn't want to see his children being killed. He blew himself up. Oh, I mean the spirit of the stars used all his strength and perished together with it. Yun Nuoshing sighed. Qian Fu nodded and said, "You know what happened. Only the Star Yuan continent and the Crimson Moon were left in the 7 world. A large number of races were wiped out, and less than 40% of the races were left. The connection between the Crimson Moon and the Star Yuan continent was destroyed along with the spirit of the stars' sleep. From then on, the Earth and the Moon could no longer communicate. The changes in the world were even more worrying. Even though it had disappeared, it left behind a strange virus. All the races gradually lost their rationality under the torture of the virus. They became thinner, and finally became evil monsters. Without the protection of the spirit of the stars, everyone could only pick up their weapons again to protect their world. It took 2 generations for the virus to be completely eliminated. The long war finally came to an end. The pollution left behind by it and the blood of the people who had turned into monsters dyed the ocean black, the sky dark, and the land decayed. The back of the crimson moon is the same as the gloomy forest on the star Yuan continent. It's the same as the gloomy forest on the star Yuan continent. The gloomy forest is the trace of the battle with it and those monsters. All the races retreated to the main life circle, and this land was completely abandoned. It was not until many years later that the polluted land regained its vitality. After the Great War, the Xingyuan continent and the Bloody Moon were at peace for a long time. Qian Fu heaved a long sigh. Of course, we don't know what happened to the Bloody Moon. The remaining people slowly recovered their vitality and peace and rebuilt their former homes. There were so many races, but in the end, only the human race, which had the largest population, was left. The other races all lived cautiously in the cities of the human race. They had no home of their own, so they had to live with the human race, get married, and live together. Well, there was nothing to say about that. In that era of restoration, the other races gradually died out or were assimilated, leaving only the human race. Even now, some of our compatriots still had the blood of the other races flowing in their veins. The blood was so thin that it was almost impossible to reproduce the blood of the other races of the past. In that era of restoration, the holy beast race was the only one who survived. It was a very magical race. Although their intelligence was not very high, they actually resisted the erosion of it and even gained strength from it. It seemed that they knew that the other lives on the Xingyuan continent had become weak. Well, the holy beast race rose up one after another, but they didn't really fight with the human race to the point of life and death. It was more like a small fight, and this situation continued from that time until now. After thousands of years of fighting between the human race and the holy beast race, the spirit of the starry sky, who had been sleeping in the divine realm, returned. However, he was still very weak. People could sense his existence and know that the spirit of the starry sky was very weak. He no longer had the power to connect the Xingyuan continent and the Bloody Moon. His remaining power could only protect this world weakly and prevent it from being affected by the disaster. He didn't deal with the holy beast race, but left them as an experience and test for the human race. The disaster happened in that era of eternal peace. If the Xingyuan continent and the Bloody Moon become peaceful again, the next time it comes back, these 2 worlds won't have any ability to resist. Warning of war. Using war to nurture war. This is a simple and easy to understand principle. Yun Nuoxing had been using her soul to communicate with Qian Fu. The group had been listening to Qian Fu's story through their souls. Hearing this, Yao Hua could not help but murmur. Everyone nodded in agreement. I just don't know what that it is. Black fog? The black fog that brings death and corrosion. Have any of you heard anything about it? Huoxing murmured doubtfully. Although we don't know much about it, it's more or less the same. It is said that in the gloomy forest, there will occasionally be traces of it. The 6 moons in the sky that were originally very close to each other also became farther and farther away after the war. Until today, they are all lined up in the sky, Jun Luo Yi said softly. Strange black fog, strange war. That idiot number 2. Do you think the fragment will be destroyed in this turmoil? Yun Nuoxing muttered. If I remember correctly, that thing is not sturdy at all. It will break easily. Break, not really. At least in the 5 elemental realms, there should not be any form that can break the fragment. At most, it will be lost in the turmoil or something. Ling smiled faintly and denied. To be honest, I thought that the spirit of the stars would be related to our fragment. If the fragment leaked its power, the leaked power would be the power of the gods. It would not be difficult for it to disrupt the thoughts of life in a star system. However, it turned out to be a physical existence. The power of the fragment will not materialize, which means that my initial guess was wrong. Then what do you think this spirit of the stars is? Yun Nuoxing turned to look at Ling, who was squeezed in the crowd. It has existed since the birth of the world. It protects 7 planets and has the power to connect them. If it was placed in the 8 elemental realms, what level of life form do you think would be able to do that? Ling pondered for a moment. She had a guess, but she did not say it out loud. Instead, she asked in return. Only a god emperor who has at least mastered the power of the natural order could do it easily, or a few grandmasters of magic circles. However, the description just now said that 7 worlds are connected. I guess it has nothing to do with teleportation. So, it should be the power of a god emperor who has come into contact with the power of the natural order and can barely change the natural order. Of course, the gods can do it too, Yun Nuoxing said. If that's the case, we have the answer. Ling smiled faintly. Hearing that, Yun Nuoxing raised an eyebrow and smiled mysteriously. What do you think? Can you please say it directly? Don't use sign language. Can you please consider the intelligence of mortals like us? Everyone immediately said resentfully. Yun Nuoxing coughed dryly and said, in the 5 elemental realms, there are 2 existences who have the power of a god emperor or above in the 8 elemental realms. The first is the god race of the 5 elemental realms mentioned before, although we don't know where they are. The second is the consciousness of the star origin continent. But if it's the consciousness of the star origin continent, it can't explain why it can protect the other 6 planets that have nothing to do with it, Ling said softly. If that's the case, I have a guess. Chu Yingzhan chuckled, attracting everyone's attention. Yun Nuoxing and Ling said to the crowd, please begin your performance. Chu Yingzhan chuckled and said, in fact, the spirit of the stars did not protect the other 6 moons, did it? In the end, only the Crimson Moon and the star origin continent survived. The other 5 worlds were all destroyed, so... At this point, Yun Nuoxing and Ling understood a little. Yun Nuoxing guessed, you think that only the star origin continent and the Crimson Moon had the power of a planet's consciousness. The other 5 moons did not, so they were the first to be destroyed. The star origin continent and the Crimson Moon, which had the protection of the planet's consciousness, lasted longer. The 2 worlds' consciousness did have the power to connect the 7 worlds together. This explanation makes sense. Ling nodded. Then she thought of something and smiled faintly. If that's the case, then it's easy. The spirit of the stars still exists, although it's very weak. If it really is the consciousness of the star origin continent, then we just need to talk to it to find something. We can also help it recover. I think it won't refuse. Talk to the planet's consciousness? Everyone was stunned. How? The Book of Epochs. Our Book of Epochs can connect to the heart of the world. It's very easy to find a planet's consciousness. As for talking to it, it's even easier. Yun Nuoxing smiled. Ming blinked and said, then, what if the spirit of the stars is the protoss of the 5 elemental realm? If that's the case... Yun Nuoxing and Ling both pondered for a while. Ling said, after all, it's a powerful race that truly exists. The protoss of the 3 elemental realm manages the order of the entire void and the faith of the mortals. The protoss of the 4 elemental realm is laissez-faire. They are only responsible for creating worlds and not managing them. As for the protoss of the 5 elemental realm, I haven't come into contact with them yet. However, most protoss are related to the faith of the mortals. The existence of the protoss will affect the faith of the mortals. Even if the protoss of the 4 elemental realm isn't good at management, they still have a large number of believers in the mortal world. The protoss of the 5 elemental realm should be no exception. Then it's easy. There are two ways. The first is to find a world where the protoss of the 5 elemental realm have their faith and come into contact with them. The second is to directly use the Book of Epochs to send a message to the entire starry sky and alert them, Yun Nuoshing said. Are you sure that the second method won't make us look like invaders? Yao Hua couldn't help but ask. Yun Nuoshing and Ling were stunned. After pondering for a while, Ling took a deep breath. Maybe, or maybe not. After all, the protoss are the most powerful force in their elemental realm. If we send a signal or something, it will at most alert them. The existence of other elemental realms is unimaginable to them. This is because the worlds they know are already very large. If they were suddenly told that there are 7 other worlds that you know, they probably wouldn't be able to accept it for a while. No, at least a certain goddess of the 3 elemental realm already knows about the existence of the greater elemental realm. I told her about it. As for whether she believes it or not, that's another matter. However, I think she will believe it. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. Everyone was silent and shocked. Apart from Ming and the others who knew, even Ling was stunned for a while. How did this guy come into contact with the protoss of the 3 elemental realm? Ahem, Chu Yingzhan coughed lightly, drawing everyone's attention back. Is the stage of listening to the story over? Yun Nuoshing pondered for a while and did not answer her. She looked at Qian Fu and said, It really is a long story. So many years have passed, and it has not returned. It should have been completely annihilated at that time. Who knows? However, it has developed to this point. The existence of the church is only to protect the spirit of the starry sky. After all, it was the spirit of the starry sky who really stopped that great disaster. Qian Fu shrugged and continued, As for the rest of the details, some people suspected that something was left behind in the birthplace of it, which led to the Beast Clan becoming stronger and stronger. There were also some people who had some thoughts that they shouldn't have and wanted to get their hands on those untouchable powers. Those who were exposed were all executed by the church. Is it in the center of the dim forest? Yun Nuoshing asked. Of course. This is something that everyone knows. Qian Fu nodded. Its existence is uncontrollable. It is absolutely foolish to investigate or look for the power that it left behind. Those bastards, oh, spirit of the starry sky above, they must be decent, calm, and not get angry. Those people who went astray wanted to look for the things that it might have left behind. However, the dim forest is too big, and there are few living things in it. Even Green Pine Village is only at the edge of the dim forest. Those who went deep into the dim forest were mostly lost in it. At least, after so many years, no one has confirmed that there is really something in the center of the dim forest. Anyway, I think it is nonsense. The Church's mission is to protect the existence of the spirit of the starry sky and to protect the fragile peace of this world. In short, it is to pull those people who have lost their heads and teach them a good lesson so that they can stop talking nonsense. The peace today is not easy to come by. The balance between the human race and the Beast Clan is maintained. If it appears again, the spirit of the starry sky will not be able to stop it. I guess there is nothing we can do either. After so many years, we still haven't found an effective way to restrain it. Perhaps it has never appeared again, so there is no sense of crisis. Who knows? Qian Fu shook his head and sighed. Humans always forget the pain after the scars have healed. It is best that it does not appear again. If it appears again, whether the Xingyuan continent and the Crimson Moon can survive for a year is a problem. Yun Nuoshing and the others were silent. At this time, there was a burst of laughter in the square, and there was the sound of tables and chairs rubbing against the ground. Qian Fu raised his head and saw that the bustling atmosphere had passed. The villagers had already moved their things back in 2s and 3s. He stood up and apologized. Oh, it seems that this gathering is over. After all, it is Fu Yi time. Oh, sorry, I have to go and help clean up. Let's talk again when I have time. After saying that, the uncle with chest hair hurriedly ran to clean up the mess left behind by the gathering. As he ran, he opened the lapel of his black priest robe. He ran casually like a mountain of meat. Yun Nuoxing watched him leave. After a while, she stood up with Ming and stretched. "What do you guys think?" "I think I want to take a look at the center of the dim forest," Chu Yingzhan said with a grin. "That's true." Yun Nuoxing nodded in agreement. She raised her head and looked at the 6 huge moons. Who would have thought that they were 6 other worlds? However, only one of the crimson moon was still alive. The other 5 moons were dead. The night is long. There's still time. When idiot number 2 and I use the Book of Epochs, it might cause a big commotion. Ordinary people shouldn't be able to sense it. Don't be too surprised, Yun Nuoxing reminded everyone. At this time, the gathering was coming to an end. There was nothing special, just a celebration of the food for this month. They gathered together to eat and drink to their heart's content and chatted about their daily lives. Finally, they left the gathering with satisfied smiles and went home to sleep. From time to time, they could hear someone shouting to help clean up the tables and chairs. Qian Fu and several cooks were busy working on the big pot. It was a happy and simple scene. However, when Yun Nuoxing thought of the things he had just learned, he could not help but sigh. It was really a strange place, a strange time of catastrophe, and a strange spirit of the starry sky. As for whether the fragment was on the Xingyuan continent, he and Zero had not caught anything related to them yet. As for whether the fragment was on the Xingyuan continent, he would know after a while when everything was quiet. However, it was most likely not. He had thought that this matter would be over in 2 or 3 days, but it seemed that he would have to delay it for a while. Speaking of which, do any of you remember that we should be in the secret realm right now? Everyone was suddenly speechless. Sigh. What's the point of thinking about that? Anyone who gets involved with Little Star will end up in a ghost town. Don't worry about these details. Yao Hua sighed. So, you guys are the ones who got involved, right? Yun Nuoxing could not help but roll her eyes. I'm not taking the blame for this. Chapter 861. There was a slight delay when the gathering ended. It was obviously more troublesome to clean up the pile of bones and leftover food than just setting up the stools. Yun Nuoxing and Ming scurried around the crowd and found Bing Er, who had run off to eat and drink to her heart's content. When they found her, the girl had a small mountain of meat and bones in front of her. When she saw the 2 of them walking over, she calmly finished the barbecued meat in her hands. Only then did she elegantly clap her hands and walk to Yun Nuoxing's side. At the same time, she stuffed a golden roasted meat leg into Yun Nuoxing's mouth. She smiled and said, "Father, try it. This is very delicious. I used my barbecued meat to exchange with them. Don't worry, Father, I've already refined the essence inside. There won't be any effects." Before Yun Nuoxing could open her mouth was stuffed by this girl. She couldn't even speak. She smiled helplessly and rubbed her head. At the same time, she finished the meat leg in her mouth in a few bites. Only then did she lead her to find the other people. Little Moon and Yor came out from an unknown corner. The 2 little girls were in a mess and their beautiful faces were dirty. When they saw the large pile of food next to Bing Er, they immediately cheered and pounced on it. Yun Nuoxing stared at the 2 little faces with her mouth agape. She took out a towel and placed it in front of the 2 girls who were blinded by the food. As she wiped them, she asked, "Where did the 2 of you go? How did it get so dark?" We went inside and found a very, very dark hole. I pulled idiot Sister Yor and jumped in. Yor twisted her little face and cooperated with Yun Nuoxing's actions. After she wiped herself clean, she buried her face in Yun Nuoxing's arms and rubbed against it. Only then did she jump into Bing Er's pile of food happily. The vitality of a headache, stupid cheap sister. Little Moon sighed and obediently allowed Yun Nuoxing to wipe her face clean. Yun Nuoxing smiled and rubbed Little Moon's face. She then looked at Ming and said with a smile, "Ah, don't say that. No matter what, she's still your 2 little sisters, isn't she?" although this title is a little strange. Who's her older sister? Little Moon and Ming lowered their heads and muttered in unison. They looked at each other blankly and said together, "It's fine as long as we have Big Brother." Then the two girls were about to fight each other. Yun Nuoxing quickly picked up the two of them and put them aside. She told Bing Er to take care of Little Moon and Yu and dragged away Ming, who was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws at Little Moon. Yun Nuoxing temporarily separated the two girls, who were a little disagreeable due to their high synchronization rate. She stood in the square and looked around. She stretched her neck to look for Zero and Qin Yen. As a result, she saw a somewhat unexpected scene. Zero and Qin Yen were sitting at a long table. Opposite them were Law, village chief Dan, and several strong old men with white beards. At this time, they were holding large glasses of wine and drinking one glass after another. They drank until their faces were red, and they couldn't help laughing and chatting about something. Yun Nuoxing pulled Ming over and sat down next to Qin Yen. She looked at the people at the table, and finally turned her gaze to the blushing and tipsy goddess of the Qin family. She said, "Why are you here?" Ming leaned forward and held a glass of wine that no one had drunk from. She raised her head and pressed half of her face into the wine glass. The wine glass was like a small wooden barrel, and the mouth of the glass was the size of a palm with the old village head. Qin Yen burped, and her already flushed face turned even redder. She hurriedly lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, "About us, village chief Dan?" Looking at the blushing face of the girl with interest, Yun Nuoxing glanced at village chief Dan and the others. Zero, Yuan Shi, and the other two men were passionately toasting with the former. They were drunk and probably couldn't even tell north from south. Ordinary people rarely come to the dim forest. Recently, there has been an undercurrent in the main life circle. The priest just said that the people who are looking for its power have been a little restless recently. Green Pine Village is on the border between the main life circle and the dim forest, and there are priests there. Village Chief Dan and the others know this, so they mistakenly thought that we were. Qin Yen said softly. She looked at the people who were drinking happily and said, "But now the misunderstanding has been resolved. Zero and Yuan Shi are together." Qin Yen hesitated for a moment. She didn't know what to say. Even her eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. Seeing her like this, how could Yun Nuoxing not know what she wanted to say? Fooling, right? Fooling with your life. Qin Yen went blank for a moment, then forced a smile and nodded. "Well, it's good that the misunderstanding has been resolved." Yun Nuoxing sighed softly. "We didn't come here to cause trouble. It's best that we don't have any conflicts with the locals." Seeing that village chief Dan and Luo were drinking happily with Zero and the other two, it was likely that their initial suspicions had disappeared. Now that the misunderstanding had been cleared, the sturdy village chief was very talkative and friendly. He was talking nonsense with the other three, and the three who were pretending to be drunk were also trying their best to fool village chief Dan. Anyway, Yun Nuoxing did not have to get involved in these matters. He was the leader of this group of people, but now that there was another leader, he conveniently threw all these matters to the other person. Now it seemed that it was not bad. At least Zero and the others were quite good at fooling village chief Dan. The party started more than 2 hours before nightfall. Unknowingly, it was already late at night. The 6 moons had already risen to the top of the sky. Most of the people in the square had already left. The tables and chairs were almost cleaned up. The children had already been carried home by their parent. There were only a few people left to help clean up the tables. Qian Fu and a few other cooks were cooking the smoked meat at the side. They couldn't help but steal a bite while smoking. Bing Er and the others saw this and also went over to eat with gusto. Half of the smoked meat that was originally reserved for this month was eaten. Village Chief Luo, it's time to clean up. Don't drink too much. You'll be laughed at if you can't wake up tomorrow morning. After packing up the smoked meat, Qian Fu carried a pile of meat on his shoulder and came to the table. He greeted Village Chief Dan and the others loudly. Hey, hey, hey. Okay. Just one more cup will do. Village Chief Dan's old face was glowing as he replied with a smile. A row of people stood up in unison. Qian Fu and the others were still holding the wine cup that was half the size of a wooden barrel. They raised their heads and hurriedly drank a mouthful before putting the cup on the table. Qian Fu and the others quickly cleaned up the wine cup and a large pile of bones on the table. The group of people staggered back to the village. Village head Dan and the others didn't use their star power to get rid of the alcohol, as if they were planning to stay drunk like this. Everyone looked at them and was worried that they wouldn't be able to make it back home safely tonight. Instead of finding a random rock to lie down on and sleep on the way back, Yun Nuoxing called out to Bing Er and the others who were still eating. She carried the stupid angel, who was knocked out by 2 cups of wine, and hurriedly returned to Luo's house. The latter habitually ran to the side room and fell asleep. Yun Nuoxing and the others tidied up a little and gathered on the empty first floor of the main house. They looked at each other for a long time, waiting for the villagers to fall asleep. The people of Green Pine Village had just settled down, and some of them were still awake. The full activation of the Book of the Era would cause a huge commotion. They did not want to be regarded as people with ulterior motives, so they could only wait patiently for all the signs of life in the village to fall asleep. They did not wait for long. Perhaps they had used up all their energy during the party, or perhaps they had fallen asleep from the alcohol. In short, the group of people sat and waited for about a quarter of an hour before the last sign of life in the village fell asleep. In the hall, Yun Nuoxing and 0 and 2 stood opposite each other, holding 2 balls of light in their hands. The 2 balls of light slowly touched each other under their control and fused together like water droplets touching each other. The balls of light also grew in size. Then, rings of light appeared on the top of the balls of light and spread to the bottom. When they passed through the middle, they would expand. Book of the Era. Heart of the World, interfere. Yun Nuoxing and 0 shouted in unison and slowly formed a hand seal. Then, the balls of light seemed to have received an order and suddenly expanded. The flashing rings of light outside the balls of light stopped abruptly. A beam of light about 10 feet in size burst out from the top of the balls of light, penetrated the roof, pierced the sky at a speed far faster than light, and finally shot into the starry sky. When the tiny beam of light reached the limit of its range, it suddenly trembled. The entire beam of light shattered and turned into a transparent wave, shooting toward the star zone. Yun Nuoxing and the others on the Star Origin continent immediately sensed the speed of light. The transparent wave of light was like a ripple of water. It only shook the space for a moment before quickly vanishing. It was so fast that it could not be seen with the naked eye. Only the people from the 8 Origin realm could catch the strange wave of light. The people on the Star Origin continent and the Crimson Moon might have sensed it a little, but they could not find out what had happened. They only faintly felt that something had passed through them. The wave of light spread very quickly. In an instant, it had spread through the entire solar system on the Star Origin continent. Then, it shot toward the depths of the star zone. In just a short while, it had reached the edge of the world. Everything it touched turned into energy information and was fed back to the balls of light. Even the chaotic desolation was no exception. The speed of the Book of the Era's detection was close to limitless. It could spread to the entire star zone in an instant. No matter how far away or how small the matter was, it could detect it. Even the residual energy of an energy explosion from millions of years ago could be sensed as long as it was not completely destroyed. It could even recreate the scene of the explosion. Yun Nuoxing and the others did not want to use such a large-scale scan. However, only a scan of such a scale could be done in detail. They had not sensed anything when they scanned the Star Origin continent a few times before, which made them feel helpless. It was only under such circumstances that they took the risk to use the full power of the scan. However, the space and structure of the 5 Origin realm were very fragile. They only dared to use such a super scan once in the same world. If they used it again, it might lead to a fatal collapse in some parts of the world. For example, some laws might be changed, or life forms that should not exist would appear. They did not want to cause that kind of trouble. This is the 9 Shrines group. We have already observed. No, we can't see anything. Anyway, we can feel it. Just 3 seconds ago, we tried to sense, as you said. Hiss. My head is about to explode. Is the entire starry sky being fed back to us as information? Yao Hua gasped in their souls. Everyone was stunned. They hurriedly patted their chests. Fortunately, they did not touch it. What's the result? Lin Xing and the others were more concerned about the result. They did not try to do what Yun Nuoxing and the others said. By touching the white light, they could temporarily connect their minds with the Book of the Era and feel everything that the Book of the Era observe. How much information was there in the entire world? Anyway, their minds had been suppressed to the half-demon level. It would be difficult for them to bear. They could tell from Yao Hua's convulsions. The impact of the white light lasted for 3 seconds before it disappeared. Yun Nuoxing and Zero opened their eyes at the same time. Blue light flashed across their eyes as if they were reading information. After a long while, Zero took a deep breath and nodded at Yun Nuoxing. Then, she grabbed the Book of the Era and turned into a golden shadow that shot out. The situation is... Yun Nuoxing sighed. Well, the situation is a little confusing. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched and he let out a long sigh. We've found some news related to the fragment and it's bad news. At the edge of this galaxy, we've found a huge energy shockwave. It's more than 10 million years old, and almost nothing is left. We almost couldn't sense it. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the shockwave produced when the fragment was moving. That shockwave contains the fragment's own power. As for the destination, we don't know yet, but we do know that the fragment should have passed through the world barrier and gone to another world. Does that mean that the fragment is no longer in this world? Yuan Shi frowned slightly. We can confirm that, but it seems... Yun Nuoxing's expression was strange. The fragment was transferred away. It didn't grow legs and run away. Transferred? By whom? Yao Hua's expression was strange. I'm not sure about that. Zero just found an interesting place and went there with the Book of Epochs to read. For the time being, there's no plan of action. There's no clue. We can only wait and see what special news he brings back tomorrow morning. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. The discovery of such a clue gave him a headache. The 9th fragment had indeed landed in the galaxy where the Xingyuan continent was located. If there was no accident, it must have fallen on the Xingyuan continent. However, they couldn't find a trace of the fragment's power. Yun Nuoxing and Zero speculated that the fragment had been leaking energy ever since it left the mausoleum world. It was in an unstable state. The leakage was very slow and weak, probably no more than the amount of sand falling from an hourglass. It was so weak that it was almost undetectable. The Book of Epochs could only find a trace of weak energy in the starry sky when it was fully activated. Moreover, it was carried away by another energy to an unknown place. As for how it escaped from the Xingyuan continent to the starry sky, there was no trace of it left behind. It was completely annihilated. Even the Book of Epochs couldn't detect it. This gave the 2 people who had the power to change the rules of the 5-element realm a headache. They wanted to dig a hole and bury themselves in it. It was proven that being good at fighting could not solve everything. If you were good at fighting, then you couldn't solve anything. You couldn't smash someone's house in a game of hide and seek. I say, can't we use the 8 fragments that have already fused to sense the fragment? Chu Yingzhan spread her hands helplessly. This world is so big. We might have to cross to another world. The void is endless. How long would it take to find it? We can sense it within a range of 10 meters. Yun Nuoxing sighed. Everyone was even more speechless. They could see it from 10 meters away. They couldn't possibly bury it underground. Now, it was a problem of crossing worlds. The void is infinitely big. Although his boss, the Sea of Time, is still behind him, the void is infinitely big. The volume of a world in the void is about the size of a grain of rice. If the fragment is directly thrown into the next world, it's fine. We can find it easily. However, if it's thrown into the void, it's a chaotic space where the concept of time is unclear. God knows where it will be thrown to. Yun Nuoshing sighed heavily and scratched her head in distress. Everyone looked at each other and heaved a long sigh. There was no way they could do this. Where did Zero go? Nightmare turned around and looked at the entrance of the main room. He couldn't help but ask when he didn't see Zero return. It's looking for the consciousness of Xingyuan continent, Yun Nuoshing muttered, which surprised everyone. My guess was right. The spirit of the stars is the consciousness of Xingyuan continent. I just sensed it with the Book of Epochs. The consciousness of this planet is as weak as a candle in the wind. The same goes for the one on Crimson Moon. But I was wrong about one thing. The other 5 planets originally had consciousness of their own, but they were already eaten. Compared to Crimson Moon and Xingyuan continent, those 5 planets weren't that strong. When the catastrophe happened, those 5 were the first to die. Only the consciousnesses of Xingyuan continent and Crimson Moon are lingering at death's door. What will happen if the planet's consciousness is destroyed? Little Moon asked nervously. Nothing will happen. The residents of Xingyuan continent and Crimson Moon will continue to live their lives. This isn't the core of a planet. If you remove it, the entire planet will be destroyed. Just think of the planet's consciousness as the intelligence of a divine object. Now that it's been erased, it's still a divine object. The core of a planet is the core of the divine object's power. If you remove it, the entire planet will be gone. Just think of it that way. Yun Nuoshing rubbed the girl's head and explained softly. Everyone said in unison, "Oh, we should have understood earlier." It was late at night, and the large-scale detection did not wake up the people of Green Pine Village. Other than Yao Hua and Lin Xing's eyewitness reports, they did not discover much movement in the mainland. The speed of the detection was immeasurable, and it was impossible to directly observe it. Unless one's perception was sensitive, they would not even know that it had appeared. After hearing some bad news, no one was in the mood to rest. Yun Nuoshing paced back and forth in the house with his hands behind his back. He looked restless. Ming and the others shook their heads as they watched him walk back and forth. Yao Hua and the others set off for the center of the main life circle that very night. They were a little concerned about the red light that fell from the Crimson Moon that Lin Xing had mentioned. As for Lin Xing and the others, they were now lost deep in the mountains. The group of people had followed the place where the monster tide broke out and killed the monsters until they were crying for their parent. They had rushed into the mountains and now they were all lost. After watching Yun Nuoshing pacing around for a long time, Chu Yingzhan finally could not stand it anymore. She stood up and knocked Yun Nuoshing into Ming's arms with a 1-inch punch. She scolded softly, "Damn it! If you keep pacing around, I'm going to faint. Can't be at peace with that percent at asterisk and... Anyway, even if the world explodes, it won't explode on your head. Stop pacing around." Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He got up from Ming's arms speechlessly and sighed. "I say, have you forgotten how strong you are now?" Chu Yingzhan was puzzled. The peak strength of the 5 elements realm is the demonic realm, which is the extent to which we are currently suppressed. However, the star origin continent is located in the lower realm of the 5 elements realm. The energy there is thin, and the peak strength is not even at the 4th tier of the immortal realm, Yun Nuoshing said faintly. Chu Yingzhan's brows furrowed deeply. Logically speaking, we should also be suppressed to the 4th tier of the immortal realm, but we aren't. The only explanation is that the laws here have been disrupted. The shard might have disrupted the laws here, so we still maintain the strength of the demonic realm. Someone was worried that the shard would affect the stability of this world, so they had no choice but to send it away. The shard is already in an unstable state, and its power can erupt at any time. It might even have caused a small disturbance, which is enough to create a loophole in the laws of the five elements realm. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, stunned. When the power of the primordial realm exploded, it did not mean that it could only destroy a few dozen worlds nearby, but that its range of destruction should only be as large as a few dozen worlds. But now, we know that the shard is somewhat unstable. It is leaking power like a sieve. That explosion might be mixed with the power of the shard, and when the power of the primordial realm is combined with the power of the shard, its power would be equivalent to a full-strength attack from a heavenly god. Whether or not the hundreds or thousands of worlds around us can survive is a problem. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It's enough to blow a hole in the barrier of the five elements realm, and then pass through to the four elements realm or the six elements realm. It can do it again in a short period of time. Oh, the point is, I don't know if we are in the range of the explosion. A moment later, Chu Yingzhan knelt in the corner of the hall, her pretty face pale as she kept muttering to herself. Next to her was a piece of white paper filled with words, and the title was the word will. After hearing the serious consequences, she did not think that she would be able to go back alive. All right, calm down. Yun Nuoshing patted the shoulder of the girl who had curled up into a ball and sighed. There's still some time before the explosion. Perhaps we don't know the exact time, and we don't know to what extent the power of the primordial realm has been accumulated. The fragment should have had a small explosion in this star system. Although the power of the primordial realm it carried won't be completely cleared in one go, it can still release a lot and continue to accumulate. However, in this way, the extent of the explosion should be even more powerful. Yun Nuoshing originally wanted to comfort her, but the more he spoke, the worse it became. Everyone's faces turned paler as they listened. Chu Yingzhan looked up with a heavy expression, grabbed Yun Nuoshing's arm, and under the latter's dumbfounded gaze, opened her mouth and bit down hard. Ow! A moment later, Yun Nuoshing looked at his hand that was almost bleeding from the bite and gasped in pain. On the side, Ming Ming obediently took out a bandage and wrapped it around Yun Nuoshing's hand. He couldn't help but send a soul message to Yun Nuoshing. Big brother, don't talk too much. If you continue, everyone will be scared to death. Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly. I was wrong. Chapter 862. The Book of Epics scanned all the information on the other 6 planets in this galaxy. On the 5 destroyed planets, there are traces of life left behind. The youngest planet has a history of more than 30 million years. It's too long ago, so the time might not be accurate. As for the planet that was destroyed the earliest, it might have been extinct for more than 50 million years. These are all things that happened during the cataclysm, so let's not talk about them for now. In addition, every planet has a minor disorder in the laws. The world itself will repair itself. The various errors that appear in the world, such as shattered space, disrupted time, and erroneous laws, will all repair themselves. Although it won't be very fast, it won't be so slow either. According to the remnant energy left behind when the fragment was sent away, the fragment should have been sent away 30 million years ago. That turmoil caused the laws of the entire galaxy to be erroneous, and it hasn't been completely repaired yet. There's no doubt that the fragment exploded once in this galaxy. It should have been a small explosion that didn't destroy this world, but it disrupted the laws here. The exact time of the explosion is undetectable. The power of the primordial realm comes and goes quickly. Every bit of power that erupts turns into a pure energy impact that doesn't leave many traces. There aren't any obvious scars found on the 7 life-bearing planet. The only traces that are left are caused by the original inhabitants themselves. The impact of the fragment's explosion is equivalent to the impact of the creation of heaven and earth. Even if it didn't directly hit this galaxy, the star origin continent, where the fragment fell, didn't show any signs of being impacted at all. The entire galaxy is undamaged. Then where did the explosive power go? Was it eaten? After everyone calmed down, they looked at Yun Nuoxing walking around slowly and listened to his analysis of the current situation. However, the more they listened, the more they felt a headache coming on. Then, one day, it couldn't hold back the primitive power in its body. Tried for a long time, but it still couldn't hold it in properly, so it released a fart and exploded in the galaxy where the star origin continent was located. The scale of the explosion was unknown, and there were no traces of the explosion left at the scene. However, the laws of this galaxy had been changed, which proved that the explosion had indeed happened. It was just that no one saw the process of the explosion, and there were no traces left. Then, the fragment's fart exposed its hiding place and was discovered by someone. At that time, the fragment was already at the edge of the galaxy, so it might have blown itself out. There was no way to investigate this point. Anyway, it was discovered by someone. That person felt that this thing was too dangerous, so he hurriedly dug a hole in the world barrier and threw the fragment out. That's all. We just don't know where the energy from the explosion went, and we don't know who that person is. Yuan Shi concluded, the laws have changed. It's useless to investigate the facts. We came here by following the traces of the fragment in the beginning, and it's confirmed that the fragment fell on the star origin continent, not before the birth of this world. There's no problem with that, right? Yes. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Then, here's the question. Yuan Shi sighed. What did the fragment do here? Even if you ask me, I can't. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him with an unnatural expression. The timeline is a little unclear. We don't even know when the fragment fell, when it exploded, or what form it took. Of course, the most important thing is who that person is. I think we'll know where the fragment went if we find that person, Yuan Shi said. Brother, what is it? Ming suddenly asked, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Are you referring to the unidentified black fog that appeared during the Great Calamity? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. She didn't understand why the girl mentioned something that didn't seem relevant. I don't know. There's no more information. The Book of Epics didn't find any traces of it on the 7 life-bearing planets. The Great Calamity came suddenly. It was only when the 3 planets, including their consciousness, fell and the star origin continent lost a third of its land that they suddenly reacted. It was only then that the starry sky spirit and the other planets' consciousness started to resist. They didn't notice it before that. Ming's soft voice floated out. Yes. Yun Nuoxing nodded. She looked at her with her colorful eyes, indicating for her to continue. Brother, you just said that the Book of Epics can only be used once. If it's used again. Ming looked at Yun Nuoxing. The 5 elemental realms are very fragile. They can't withstand the powerful scan of the Book of Epics. If it's used again, the entire world will experience a fatal collapse. The laws will change on a large scale, and life forms that don't belong to the 5 elemental realms will appear. For example, life forms that have the power of the 8 elemental realms, or life forms that belong to the 8 elemental realms, Yun Nuoxing said. Then, will the explosion of the fragment's power combined with the power of the elemental realms cause such an outcome? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Blue light flashed across her eyes. She seemed to have entered a state of deep thought. Everyone saw that she seemed to have woken up, so they subconsciously shut their mouth. They didn't dare to disturb her. Moments later, Yun Nuoxing sat down cross-legged. She placed her hands on her knees and tapped her fingers on her knees meaninglessly. After pondering for a long time, she slowly raised her head under everyone's nervous gazes. She mumbled for a while before saying, "It should be possible." However, the level of destruction caused by the Book of Epics is different from the level of explosion caused by the fragment. The turbulence caused by the Book of Epics is more like drilling a hole in the laws. It uses its own power to disturb a portion of the areas it spreads to. It's equivalent to the mode of a disease. There's still some time before the virus erupts. But if the fragment erupts, it will bombard space, time, tangible, intangible, and other levels. This includes the level of laws. The explosion is rapid, and the effects are difficult to eliminate, Yun Nuoshing said slowly. She was also pondering if there was any difference. In terms of death with a reprieve, it's different from immediate execution. Nightmare crossed his arms and nodded. Everyone. A very accurate summary. You think its appearance is caused by the fragment eruption? Yun Nuoshing looked at Ming and asked. Ming nodded and said, I have such a guess, but it's only a guess. There's no evidence. Brother, how powerful is the planet's consciousness? Can it withstand an attack from a life form that doesn't belong to the five elements realm? I'm not sure about its specific strength. I've never seen it before. However, from what Uncle Chien Fu said, the two planets' consciousnesses destroyed it completely. It should have a certain level of strength. After all, it's the consciousness of an entire planet. It's much more powerful than the original life form on it, Yun Nuoshing said. Then we're back to the topic. What is it? Yuan Shi made a timely turn in his thoughts. Everyone. At least for now, there's no such life form in the eight elements realm. Black fog? I've never heard of it. Yun Nuoshing shook his head and looked at Yura. Speaking of black fog, he always thought of demonic qi or doesn't know either. If it's demonic qi, Brother Yun, do you think a planet's consciousness in the five elements realm can withstand it? Yura threw herself into Yun Nuoshing's arms and said with a grin. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. Not to mention demonic qi, even the people in the five elements realm wouldn't be able to withstand an attack from immortal qi. Even the planet's consciousness was no exception. Hey, you all think that it is a life form. Why do I feel that it is just the aftermath of the fragment's explosion? Chu Yingzhan suddenly stood up and said excitedly, the fragment's explosion is mixed with its own power and 4 kinds of restless primordial realm power. The harem guy just said that if it fully explodes, it's enough to directly destroy a large part of the void. What if it's just a little bit of the explosion? What if it's just a part of the energy that accidentally leaked out and wasn't sealed in time? Or more completely, that it is the energy leaking out of the fragment and not the fragment's energy exploding. But will this cause a change in the laws? Everyone fell silent and looked at Yun Nuoshing. At this moment, the latter was also shocked by Chu Yingzhan's words, but he didn't immediately answer. He communicated with Zero in the dim forest. Zero borrowed the Book of Epochs to do some calculations and gave an answer. Yes. Even if it's just the energy leaking out of the fragment, that energy is enough to cause a change in the laws. Look. Chu Yingzhan smiled and spread out her hands. The puzzle pieces have been put together. So, it is just the power that leaked out from the fragment, and it may have been mixed with the power of the 4 primordial realms. That alone was enough to cause the extinction of almost 6 planets. Yuan Shi's face twitched. She thought for a moment and said, then, who was the one who sent the fragment away? The spirit of the starry sky and the consciousness of the scarlet moon. Zero's voice suddenly rang out in everyone's souls, stunning them. Yun Nuoshing was the first to react. You found it? Zero chuckled. They were in the deepest part of a cave, so deep that it was almost connected to the heart of the starry sky continent. In front of him was a palace passageway built with golden light. The door of the passageway was hundreds of meters tall, and there were many oval-shaped stairs that collapsed downwards, forming a square that was more than 30 meters deep. Brilliant golden light swam around the oval-shaped edges and flew past the palace passageway. The entire scene in front of them was vast and magnificent. It gave off an indescribable feeling of majesty, making it hard for them to breathe. I see it. It's a magnificent scene. You should come and take a look. This is the scene of the planet's consciousness being born. Although it's illusory, it's still very impressive. Zero turned around with a smile. In front of him was the deepest part of the Golden Palace passageway. In the room in front of him was a boundless starry sky. 4 pieces of glass with mysterious runes drawn on them with white lines propped up an even space, as if they were built in the starry sky. In the center of the glass room was a sphere that was about 10 meters wide. If one looked closely, they could see the outline of the earth and the ocean. It was a model of a planet and a model of the starry sky continent. The glowing sphere, which was about 10 feet in size, was slowly rotating. From time to time, a black flame would erupt from the center of the sphere. The spirit of the starry sky, the consciousness of the starry sky continent, is still alive. According to what you just said, it is a kind of energy. Although the spirit of the starry sky tried its best to destroy it, unfortunately, the spirit of the starry sky was corroded by it, Zero said. It lost its mind and went crazy? Yun Nuoshing thought of the person that Qian Fu said had been turned into a monster. It didn't go crazy. It just got weaker and weaker as it fought. Guess what happened next? Zero smiled mysteriously. That energy was mixed with Father's energy. It was very weak, and diluted countless times. It's lucky that the consciousness of the planet could hold on. Well, now that I've removed it, the spirit of the starry sky will recover on its own given some time. It is a mutated energy formed by quarter moon's energy that leaked out from the fragment and the energy of the 4 primordial realms. It should be. Anyway, you just need to know that it is very powerful. It has the power to change the rules, and its destructive power is also very abnormal. Fortunately, only a little of it leaked out, and it only destroyed 5 planets. If it completely exploded, the consequences would be more serious than what idiot number 1. Of course, we'll talk about it in terms of multiples, Zero said with a smile. Yun Nuoshing understood something when she heard this. After the spirit of the starry sky and the red moon's consciousness destroyed it, they threw the fragment out of this world. Well, it's a little different. Zero reached out and touched the sphere. The sphere trembled slightly, as if it had its own consciousness. It smiled and said, "No matter how strong the spirit of the starry sky and the red moon's consciousness are, they don't have the power to throw the fragment out. It was the 2 of them who guided it, and the fragment used its own power to break through the world barrier. Then the fragment was guided into the void, and it was not thrown out." "What about the fragment? Where did it go? Does the spirit of the starry sky know?" Yun Nuoshing asked hopefully. Zero did not answer immediately. He looked straight at the sphere. The sphere spun a few times on the spot, and waves of energy were transmitted into Zero's mind. After he received the information, he was slightly stunned, and his expression became a little strange. "I do know. Back then, when the astral spirit and the crimson moon were indirectly banishing the fragment, they had memorized the coordinates of the destination. However, in order to prevent people with bad intentions from coming into contact with the coordinates and releasing the source of disaster, the 2 of them worked together to hide the coordinate. In order to decipher the location of the coordinates," Zero paused, his cheeks twitching. "Hurry up. Don't keep us in suspense," Yun Nuoshing said grumpily. Zero forced a smile and heaved a long sigh. He said, "We have to recreate the arrangement of the planets in this galaxy 60 million years ago. That is, the time when the 7 worlds of Xingyuan continent faced each other from a distance. We can't make any mistakes." Everyone was stunned. It's the 6 moons in the sky. They weren't arranged horizontally at first, but the 2 planets' consciousness used the remaining power of the 5 planets and the power of the stars to disrupt the orbits of the 7 planets. As long as we can recreate the original arrangement, there will be no problem. However, the 2 of them don't have that power now, so we have to do it ourselves. That's what the spirit of the starry sky told me, Zero said. What did you tell it? Did it believe you? Yun Nuoshing was a little confused. The thing called the source of disaster had destroyed 5 planets back then. If the spirit of the starry sky was so nice, why would it let them touch it? Wasn't it afraid that they would release the fragment again? I removed the fragment from the spirit of the starry sky. So I pulled out the power that was entangling it and told it where we came from. The spirits of the stars knew about our arrival on the day we landed, and we carried a world-crossing aura. While the spirits of the stars and the other planet consciousness couldn't control this world-crossing power, they could tell. To put it simply, it could tell that we were foreign species at first glance. We weren't originally from the Starfield continent, and we didn't belong to their world, so it judged us as beings from other worlds that had crossed the world barrier. Well, there was a slight error in that we had crossed the primordial realm to come here, but it didn't matter. I told it that those things were pollutants that we had lost trillions of years ago, and that if we didn't recycle them, dozens of worlds would explode. Then it told me everything. Zero chuckled. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. Alright, crossing worlds and crossing the primordial realm are both transboundary. There's nothing wrong with that. After all, they are foreign species that were discovered by the planet's consciousness. Then, here comes the question. Do we have a celestial master here? To be precise, we have a celestial master, the kind that can shift the position of the stars. Everyone fell silent and covered their faces. Alright, it's just a joke. Zero and I have the power of the natural order, so it shouldn't be a problem for us to use it temporarily. However, we have to prepare for it in the next 2 days, Yun Nuashing said with a smile. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They lowered their heads and picked up their water bottles at the same time. Yun Nuashing said, Well, let's adjust the atmosphere. Calm down. Chapter 863. Ahem, this is the Crimson Moon. The Crimson Moon is here. The Crimson Moon is in the sky. Can you receive the soul message from here? Is there any delay? A gentle breeze blew on the red land, stirring up the red dust. Yun Nuashing rubbed the ground under her feet, raised her head, and looked at the starry sky through the thin sky. At this time, she was in a backlit position. The sun could not reach here, so the sky was dark. The night was dark, and there were 6 huge moons hanging in the distant night sky. This was very unusual. The Crimson Moon was the planet farthest from the sun in this galaxy. She could not see the 6 planets, including the Xingyuan continent, at night. Perhaps she could see them in the early morning or evening, but now it was late at night. The Crimson Moon was a little too far away. Even if she could see the Xingyuan continent, it should be just a bright spot. But soon, the consciousness of the Crimson Moon explained to her, the 6 moons in the starry sky are the scene left behind when the space is frozen. In fact, the 6 moons are not arranged in a row. They are just a clue left behind in case we forget it in the future. It was an elegant female voice. It was the consciousness of the Crimson Moon. Although she was weak, she could still communicate with the spirit of the starry sky from a distance. She also knew what the spirit of the starry sky knew. After Yun Nuashing cleared the black fog around the Crimson Moon's planet, she gladly agreed to help. Ahem, this is the yellow one. In fact, I want to say the yellow one is poop. Boss, the formation you gave me has been printed on the ground. There are still 3 hours before dawn in the Xingyuan continent. Let's finish it quickly and go back to sleep. Nightmare's voice sounded in her soul after Yun Nuashing's voice. Yun Nuashing cut him off. She could not help but roll her eyes and scold. Zero and I have to run around to send you to heaven. Can't you let us rest for a while? Is the Xingyuan continent ready? Only the Crimson Moon and it can't make any mistakes. Will we screw it up? Do you want to change positions? Hey little star, don't worry. Zero is already grumbling that number 1 is fussy and fussy. We have no problems at all. You, on the other hand, did you make it? Why don't we send 2 people up? Yao Hua's voice rang out. No problem. Stupid Angel is here. The 2 of us can handle this. As soon as Yun Nuashing finished speaking, he felt a faint light beside him. A golden holy light shone out, and Ming came out of his body and landed beside him. The golden Mei Mao looked at him with tears in her eyes. Our Ming Ming is the smartest. I was just saying it casually. With a bitter smile, Yun Nuoxing pulled Ming into her arms and rubbed her head. The little girl immediately smiled through her tears. It's been a long time. When I look back, my old friends are all gone. Only the starry sky spirit and I are still here. The crimson moon sighed softly, and the ethereal voice echoed in Yun Nuoxing's heart. Yun Nuoxing was silent. The crimson moon and the starry sky spirit had been entangled by it. Unknowingly, tens of millions of years had passed. They had been fighting against this pervasive power, and they were getting weaker and weaker. Once they were infected by it, they could not get rid of it. If Yun Nuoxing and Zero did not have a little connection with it, they would not have been able to get rid of it. I'm sorry. This is something that belongs to us. But, as soon as Yun Nuoxing said that, the ethereal voice rang in his heart and interrupted him. There is no need to apologize, young deity. All living things have their own will. Everything that happens in this world is predestined. The calamity is not something we can control. At that time, all of you were far from being born. No one wants to see such a thing happen. But once it happens, there is no need to care about what should have been. To borrow your words, since it is a fact, there is no need to pursue it. Yun Nuoxing blinked his eyes in a daze. When he came here, he had muttered once, but he didn't expect to be heard. Can you tell us in detail? What happened at that time? A slight buzzing sound echoed in his mind. Yun Nuoxing slightly relaxed his body and mind. The crimson moon's consciousness came, allowing him to see the scene clearly. It was a peaceful kingdom. It was a vast land connected by 7 worlds. Serenity was the main melody. There was no chaos, no disaster. Thousands of races lived and worked in peace. There was no racial discrimination, no disagreements, and no segregation. The biggest conflict was at the level of smashing, looting, and burning. It was a beautiful kingdom, and it would be a peaceful kingdom forever. If there was no accident, no sudden accident, perhaps everything would go on like this forever. It was a very sudden day. On the Xingyuan continent in the middle of the 7 worlds, a strong light suddenly burst out from its back. The black ominous light covered the sky and the sun, eroding the source of life above its head. The sun turned black in an instant. The black light was chaotic and violent. It was projected onto the 7 worlds in an instant. The light that symbolized violence and chaos shattered the false peace. The disaster did not break out all at once, but it gave birth to another phenomenon that made everyone uneasy: Fu Yi. The illumination from the black sun shortened the day and night. The self-rotation of the planet was out of balance. What followed was the breaking of the balance of all things. Life slowly weakened, and countless species with low intelligence fell one after another. However, this kind of superficial destruction was not taken seriously. The world was still so peaceful, except for some people who wondered why the sky turned dark so quickly. At that time, the consciousness of the 7 planets, including the starry sky spirit, had already joined forces to deal with the abnormal sun. However, before they could do anything, the sun had already returned to normal. In other words, it had only borrowed a few rays of sunlight to send itself evenly to the 7 worlds. Then, the starry sky spirit and the others felt that something was wrong with themselves. To put it simply, they felt that they were sick. With the arrival of the first Fu Yi, disaster followed. The mountains, rivers, sky, and oceans became extremely unstable under the invisible erosion of it. From then on, the starry sky spirit and the others felt that their control over the world had weakened. The 7 worlds went crazy under their eyes. Earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, tornadoes, and sometimes even whole mountains collapsed into the Earth's crust. Even the Earth was cracking. A destructive will dominated everything, controlling them to self-destruct. Then, it appeared in front of everyone in the form of an overwhelming black fog. What happened after that was similar to what Yun Nuoxing understood. Countless lives rose up in resistance, the will of the 7 planets destroyed everything, the creatures mutated, and so on. It was basically the same as what he understood, except that this time, he had an accurate image to understand more fully. The starry sky spirit and scarlet moon did not disappear immediately after exhausting all of their strength. Compared to their 5 siblings, they were much better. They only fell into a deep sleep, but even in that state, they did not stop fighting it. The appearance of Fu Yi was also related to it. It did not have a physical body. It kept switching between various physical forms. Sometimes it was a cloud of fog, sometimes it was a liquid, and sometimes it was a hard rock. It did not have a basic form. It wrapped around their bodies like maggot. Its power leaned towards chaos, disrupting their control over the planet itself. It used the sun to erase the rules of the galaxy, causing the galaxy to become chaotic and dim the stars. Even the starry sky spirit's own existence was used to fight against it. It was an extremely chaotic power. After thousands of years of fighting, the two of them had exhausted all of their strength, and they were almost about to fall into a deep sleep. However, before they fell into a deep sleep, the starry sky spirit found the source of the illness. It was a shiny ball that looked like a model of a planet. It was entrenched in the depths of the starry sky continent, constantly releasing the chaotic black fog. The starry sky spirit and scarlet moon did not know what it was. They only knew that it was constantly releasing an aura that made them feel uneasy. They worked together to remove it from the starry sky continent and threw it to the edge of the galaxy. After that, Scarlet Moon, who was more cautious, discussed with the starry sky spirit and carefully used the power of the fragment to break through the world barrier and banish it into the void. It was also after that the starry sky spirit and Scarlet Moon barely managed to fight against the remaining black fog. They persisted for many years until Yun Nuashing and the others came today to completely destroy it. This is really... Yun Nuashing smacked her lips, not knowing what to say. This tells us that we have to treat the root of the illness first. Yao Hua nodded. Everyone looked at each other, rolled up their sleeves, and suppressed Yao Hua from all directions. Hearing the cries and howls coming from the soul, Yun Nuashing could not help but sigh. You won't die if you don't seek death. We don't know what it is. It seems to be a living thing, but it's energy. After tens of millions of years of fighting, it has figured us out and knows how to deal with our stubborn resistance. It always wants to devour us, but we don't know what it is. It's chaotic, violent, and disorderly. It doesn't seem like something that could be born in this world. We can't detect it because it is not a product of this world. We don't know its appearance. If I'm not wrong, it already existed before the sun shone here, Scarlet Moon said softly. There wasn't much fluctuation in her voice. After a while, she warned Yun Nuashing and the others, young gods, if you want to deal with it, don't come into direct contact with it. It can devour everything, even if it's an existence that can't be recognized. Yun Nuashing and Ming looked at each other, smiled, and said, Don't worry, we'll be fine. You guys, on the other hand, are already fine? Scarlet Moon's consciousness let out a soft buzz to show its closeness and said, We're fine now. After it is completely eliminated, we'll gradually recover our strength. Fu Yi will also disappear. However, the children below have already gotten used to this kind of life with the arrival of Fu Yi. Perhaps we can preserve this kind of situation. Yun Nuashing smiled, looked at the starry sky on both sides and sighed. Now that the chat was over, it was time to get to work. Then we'll get to work. You guys just need to hold your positions. Scarlet Moon's consciousness let out a soft buzz, and Yun Nuashing smiled, pulled Ming and soared into the sky. The power of space flashed, and in an instant, they arrived at the top of Scarlet Moon's atmosphere. She waved her hand, and a few light screens appeared beside her. The images were of several other planets with life. Looking at those planets from afar, several tens of thousands of feet large magic formations were rotating on the ground, and surging energy was constantly emitted, filling the entire magic formation and the entire planet. Ahem, this is Planet 1. Planet 1, this is Planet 1. Can you receive it from Xingyuan continent? Can you receive it from sh*t yellow? As for the others, oh, I won't go over in a bit. Anyway, if you can hear it, just squeak. Yun Nuoshing coughed softly. Everyone, squeak. It's okay, let's finish our work, wash up, and sleep. Hey, I don't think you'll have time to sleep after we finish our work. We still haven't found where the fragment is, Yun Nuoshing said grumpily with her hands on her hips. Everyone glared at her, and Yun Nuoshing hurriedly moved her face away from the light screen. She coughed softly in her soul. Ahem, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's get to work. As Yun Nuoshing finished speaking, everyone took a deep breath. They recalled what Yun Nuoshing and Zero had just taught them. After a moment of silence, they raised their hands at the same time and slowly changed their hand seals. Zero and Yun Nuoshing looked at each other through the light screen, nodded and took a deep breath. 5 halos appeared behind them at the same time. They stretched out their hands and pressed on the void, and their auras began to surge. Ming was watching from the side. When Yun Nuoshing stretched out her hand, she felt that something had changed. It was a power that she couldn't sense at the moment. Although she couldn't sense it, she knew that something was changing at the moment. It was the rules. They were in this world, and they could sense that the rules of this world had changed. However, the billions of people below didn't feel the same. They were the original life forms of this world, and the changes of the rules of this world were closely related to them. It was also because of this that no one could sense the changes of the rules. No matter what happened, they would take it for granted. Even if they woke up and found that the sun was gone, no one would cry out in surprise. They would continue to do what they were supposed to do. This was the use of the power of the rules. It was a silent and invisible change. It was so detailed that no one could sense it. In the light screen, the 7 magic arrays rotated loudly. The surging energy turned into a sea of light that extended for thousands of feet. It was so bright that it looked like a spot of light. Even if one stood in the starry sky and looked down, they could see the splendid burning scene. 7 pillars of light shot out from the magic arrays and directly penetrated the firmament, projecting into the starry sky. Yun Nuoshing raised her head. Her eyes had already turned into 7 colors. The white of her eyes was like an ocean's wave. Her vision passed through the obstruction of space and saw the few planet. The huge pillars of light were like beacons that pierced the surface of the planet. Myriad planets, heed my command. In the name of the dark string moon of the celestial god of chaos. Yun Nuoshing and Zero shouted in unison. Their auras suddenly changed. Their palms remained pressed against the void, but it felt like their hands were directly in control of the entire void. It was as if the world was operating in their hands. Everything had to operate according to their orders. The movement of the planets, the burning of the sun, the changes in space, every little bit was controlled by the 2 of them. At this moment they were truly like gods. This was the power of celestial gods. It was a great power that only belonged to that level. Ming looked at this scene in shock. Following Yun Nuoshing and Zero's orders, the entire starry sky suddenly trembled. A very strange feeling was born from the bottom of her heart. In her senses, this starry sky was filled with a power that she felt extremely close to. It was as if Yun Nuoshing's power had directly controlled the entire starry sky. This seemed too, hey, idiot number 1. It's just moving a planet. Do you need to exert all your strength to control the entire starry sky? Zero's voice sounded faintly. Yun Nuoshing, shut up! Everyone was speechless. So they had used too much strength? The changes in the starry sky did not last long. The planets marked by the 7 huge light pillars slowly moved under everyone's gaze. They were only responsible for controlling the output of energy. The starry sky spirit and the crimson moon were controlling their own positions. The distance between them had always been constant. It had never changed, and there was no need for it to change now. At this time, what needed to be changed were the other 5 planets. The things between them were controlled by Yun Nuoshing and Zero. No one could clearly feel it. Yun Nuoxing's eyes were filled with tangible energy. His spirit and soul power were at their maximum. The starry sky was very clear in his perception. It was as if he was sensing his own body. He could change it however he wanted with just a thought. The feeling of being in control of everything was not very good. A large amount of chaotic information poured into his mind, making him a little dizzy. Zero's situation was similar. Countless information crashed into his mind, making him a little distressed. He blamed himself for not telling idiot number one that did not need to go through so much trouble. In the end, he used all his strength before he could say anything. The two of them sighed in unison and hurriedly threw away these chaotic thoughts. They found the positions of the 5 planets and compared them with the previous coordinate. They took a deep breath and moved gently. The thought was as simple as picking up a ball and putting it in another position. In reality, everyone saw the 5 planets suddenly flash and change their positions in an instant. It was as if the entire planet had teleported to another position. Lin Xing stared blankly as the galaxy changed its position. He was stunned for a long time before he let out a long sigh. He quickly spoke to Yun Nuoxing through his soul. Ahem. This is High Light, codenamed High Light. The 2 planets that we are responsible for have been confirmed. We can see a light beam from the center of the planet to the Xingyuan continent. Brother Yun, have you received it? The first-generation team of the 9 Gods Temple is in position. The formation is working well. There are no problems after the planets have changed positions. There are no problems with the 2 planets here. We can already see 2 light beams. Brother Shaoxing, it's best if you take a look at the last planet. Jun Luoi and the others feel that the position over there is off, Shui Ling said softly through his soul. This is the mystery dragon. Mr. Yun, the coordinates are not correct. Move it slightly away from the sun. Just as Jun Luoi's voice rang out, she felt the planet beneath her tremble. Then, it moved outwards. Suddenly, a blue light beam shot out from the center of the planet and headed straight for the Xingyuan continent. When she saw it, she hurriedly said, all right. The light beam has set off. You can stop adjusting it. The mystery dragon has been confirmed. It is not heading towards the sun. The nearest planet is ready. Everyone said, why don't you say something? Ming looked at Yun Nuoxing, whose colorful hair was standing on end and whose head was still steaming. He hurriedly fanned her with his wings to cool her head down. At the same time, he said through his soul, Brother's head is burning. It's not convenient for him to speak. Just bear with it. The situation over at the Crimson Moon is normal. 7 light beams have been confirmed. Everyone was speechless. Moments later, Ming shifted the light screen to observe the other 6 locations. The light pillars that shot out from the planets landed on the Xingyuan continent invisibly, like connecting marks. The light pillars of the Crimson Moon were red, just like what Lin Xing had seen the other day. They all came from the center of the planets and connected to the Xingyuan continent. It was as if they were reenacting the scene of the 7 planets being connected tens of millions of years ago. The positions are connected. It is stable. The passage has been opened, young god. Chapter 864. The next day, early in the morning. On the Xingyuan continent, Yun Nuoxing and the others got up from the main room in the Green Pine Village. Although they said it was the next day, they had only slept for about 4 hours. Yun Nuoxing, who was used to operating the Thousand Dreams Sutra to prevent herself from sleeping, did not sleep at all. A few hours ago, it only took a few minutes to shift the position of the stars. It was a simple matter. It was equivalent to directly changing the coordinates of the planets and moving them to the desired position. Then it was done. However, Yun Nuoxing's mistake allowed him to control the entire galaxy. In that state, it was only a matter of thought for him to make the sun explode. After that, Zero explained the mistake to everyone. Everyone ridiculed Yun Nuoxing for using a sword to cut pork, and the pork was rotten. Lin Xing, Yao Hua, and the others had already gathered at the center of the Xingyuan continent's life circle. The two groups rested there last night. Yun Nuoxing felt that since they were already here, they should not leave. It was inexplicable. No matter what, they should at least say hello. So, she insisted on staying in the Green Pine Village, and waited for dawn. Everyone said, "You were the one who left just like that, weren't you?" Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and covered her ears. "I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it." Hearing the noise downstairs, Yun Nuoxing moved her body and put the half-asleep little purple soul on her shoulder. The little girl subconsciously hugged his head tightly. Then, she shook Ming, who was drooling from his sleep, and Little Moon and Yu who had sneaked in the middle of the night. The group walked downstairs, ready to go. Lua was still wearing the coarse linen clothes. Maybe he drank too much last night. When he woke up this morning, he was still a little tipsy. He was punching the sun with 2 points of strength. When he saw the group of people from Yun Nuoxing coming down neatly, he grinned and showed his 8 shining big teeth. "Awake? How did you sleep last night?" Yun Nuoxing replied with a smile. She looked at Zero and said, "We'll be leaving today. We've disturbed you for quite some time." Law was a little stunned, then grinned and nodded. He did not say anything to stop them. He knew that Yun Nuoxing and the others were adventurers. It was impossible for them to stay in one place all the time. They got along very well these days, but he could not help but sigh. But after seeing Yun Nuoxing and the others, he did not sigh. After thinking for a while, he invited them to have breakfast and lunch together as a farewell. Yun Nuoxing and the others did not delay. After eating, they packed up and took some dry food from Law. They did not disturb the other people in Green Pine Village. Maybe they would look up tonight and find that the position of the 6 moons had changed. Maybe they would be a little surprised, but it would not affect anything. Everyone was still calculating their daily necessities. The weak peace here should really last forever. The consciousness of the starry sky spirit and the red moon also slowly recovered from their weak state. Their arrival was just a fleeting moment, and it would not cause any changes in other people's lives. When the meteor fell, it seemed to have inadvertently changed the fate of hundreds of people, but who knows? Yun Nuoxing said that she did not want to think too much about this complicated problem. At this time, she was just focused on teleporting and teleporting. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the rendezvous point. They had not seen each other for 3 days. Even when they set up the formation to move a few planets, Yun Nuoxing and Ling only hurriedly moved people here and there and left the formation map. They did not even stop for a minute. Now they finally met up with each other. They had spent 3 days on the Xingyuan continent. It seemed to be quite comfortable. Yao Hua and the others had even changed their clothes into the clothes of the Xingyuan continent. They were quite luxurious, and it was very convenient for them to fight. However, compared to the tailor-made battle suits they had, their clothes were obviously not as advanced. This is it? A door-like object appeared in front of him. It was constructed from 4 stone pillars that were engraved with runes and a stone slab at the top. The 4 corners of the stone slab were slightly curved upwards, forming a wave. The stone pillars were about 3 feet tall. Besides the runes that were engraved all over the pillars, there was nothing special about them. At the center of the 4 pillars was a black vortex. There was a strange smell coming from it, as well as the smell of the void. Obviously, the place this space door led to should be the void. Puff! While Yun Nuoxing and the others were sizing up the strange teleportation gate, 2 people jumped out of the black vortex. They were 2 very blurry figures, with only the shape of their bodies and no facial features. One of them was wearing a white robe and holding a golden scepter, while the other was obviously a woman from the shape of her body. She also had no facial features, but she had a head of long hair. Yun Nuoxing was startled as soon as the 2 faceless creatures appeared. What they said next shocked Yun Nuoxing even more. "Young god, I'm sorry. The container you call the fragment may have fallen from the void a long time ago. I don't know which world it went to. Oh, it's you. Hearing this special address, Yun Nuoshing remembered who they were. The one holding the golden scepter was the spirit of the starry sky. The other one should be the consciousness of the scarlet moon. After a while, he realized that it was not the time to think about it. What did you say? That thing floated again? The chaotic energy in the vessel of the divine artifact is very strong. There is no way for the energy to spread in the void. It would not produce that kind of chaotic black energy. Logically speaking, that should be the case. Maybe the divine artifact, or maybe the chaotic energy was too strong and disturbed the void. The divine artifact floated along with the waves of the void and finally left the range that we can see. I'm sorry. The consciousness of the woman, the scarlet moon, said softly. She bowed slightly to Yun Nuoshing and the others. You don't have to apologize. It just floated away again. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh of relief and scratched his head in distress. This is really troublesome. The void is fatal to most people, but it won't affect you too much. It's just that it will be a little troublesome to find it. Our range of detection is limited, and we don't know where the divine artifact floated to, the starry sky said. When they thought that Yun Nuoshing and the others were Protoss, they subconsciously thought that the fragment they were looking for was a divine artifact. So, they even changed their title. It has to be said that these titles could be put together from a different perspective. The void also had its own fluctuations. To put it in a more vivid way, the void was an ocean with its own currents, but everything in the void would become blurry. The void was the existence of nothingness, but it did not mean that there would be nothing all of a sudden. In the deeper layers of the void, if there was really nothing within a certain range, no world, no living creatures, and not even the slightest fluctuation of energy, then that area of the void would have nothing. It would be a nothingness, where there was no concept of space and time and no rules. It would be a completely disordered place. Of course, in that case, when the void was shattered, one could still see the ocean of time lurking behind the void, that brilliant golden ocean of time. If it was in the shallow layers of the void, such as a world floating in the void, the world would use its world barrier to isolate the influence of the void on itself. This barrier would in turn affect the void, making it no longer an area of nothingness. In the affected void area, the concepts of space and time would be relatively blurry, and the order and rules would be weakened. These four concepts would become more and more blurry the further away they were from the affected void area, until it finally transitioned to the real nothingness, where everything was nothingness. Nothing existed, and there was no concept of space, size, position, time, or length of time. These were all meaningless. The existences that could affect the void were all powerful conceptual existences. The easiest one to understand was the world barrier that covered the entire world. It needed to protect its own world from being swallowed by the void. Therefore, it could also affect the void in turn. Another example was, Yun Nuoshing's group came from the top world of the Eight Elements realm. Their conceptual strength was very powerful. Although they couldn't wander freely in the void of the Eight Elements realm, the void order of the Five Elements realm was much weaker than that of the Eight Elements realm. They could also become existences that could affect the void. The range of their influence was similar to a halo or a realm. When they came, they would be affected. When they left, the void would return to normal. In short, Yun Nua Planet and the others were not afraid of the void of the Five Elemental realms. However, in the void of the Eight Elemental realms, they had to have a certain level of strength to support the barrier. Of course, this was the case in the deeper layers of the void. Those who were still within the range of the world barrier would be relatively less affected by the void. The world barrier doesn't directly isolate the void. It just blocks the interference of the void outside. However, there is also the void inside the world barrier. The void that we see when we break through space is the void inside the world barrier. You can imagine that the world barrier is divided into two areas. The inner area is calmer, while the outer area is more chaotic. When the group of young gods were sent on their way by the two planet consciousnesses, Yun Nuoshing and Zero acted as encyclopedias and tried their best to explain the relationship between the void and the world barrier in their souls. The difference between animals raised in captivity and wild animals. Nightmare hit the nail on the head with one sentence. Zero and Yun Nuoshing's eyes widened. Your King accurate. But what's with this unpleasant feeling? The voids inside the world barrier are all raised in captivity. They are docile. Outside the world barrier, some of them occasionally jump out, so some of them are relatively docile. Gradually, the voids in the wild area become very wild. Yuan Shi explained with his arms crossed. Yun Nuoshing and Zero looked at each other and rolled up their sleeves. Yuan Shi and Nightmare turned pale with fright. Calm down. Calm down. Impulse is the devil. We saw that you were having a hard time explaining, and were afraid that Yun Nuoshing and her group of idiots couldn't understand. Yun Nuoshing and Zero immediately felt relieved. Everyone's eyes suddenly became bitter. Hurrying through the void was very fast. Taking advantage of the blurriness effect, it didn't take much time to rush from the center of the world to the world barrier at the edge of the world. Therefore, after 10 minutes, the Star Spirit and the Crimson Moon stopped. Everyone also stopped and looked forward. What appeared in front of them was a transparent membrane as thin as an egg membrane. It looked like it would break with a poke, but this membrane had blocked countless people who wanted to break through the void and cross planes. At least 99% of those who wanted to cross planes were blocked by this seemingly fragile world barrier and could only cultivate peacefully. Even those who were hot-headed enough to break through the world barrier and jump out were lucky enough to break through the world barrier of another world. That was why they were able to directly cross the void between worlds and directly step into another world. They didn't just jump into the void and die. At the mention of this, Yun Nuoshing and Zero couldn't help but chuckle. Crossing worlds should be their limit. Want to cross the primordial realm? Humph, it's basically unrealistic if you don't have the luck to be enlightened by tens of millions of years of cultivation just by drinking water. The thickness of the primordial realm's barrier is the same. In the 8 primordial realms, the gods have to control the power of the primordial realm, which is equivalent to holding a special key to open the primordial realm's barrier. How can the people of the lower realm have the power to break the primordial realm's barrier by force? To break the primordial realm's barrier with pure strength, one must at least have the power of the later divine rank. Divine rank. In other situations, they rely on the power of the primordial realm to pass through. Our group is no exception. What's the divine rank? Yao Hua raised his hand excitedly, wanting to hear the information about the later divine rank. Usually, the adults in his family would not tell him these things with the excuse of, "It's not the right time." Today, when they heard that there seemed to be a sign, they hurriedly asked. Everyone pricked up their ears, obviously wanting to know this tempting and frightening answer. Yun Nuoshing and Zero looked at each other, shrugged, and said casually, "Later divine rank. Divine rank is the 4th major realm of the later divine rank. The 5th major realm is the heavenly god. Those before the heavenly god are called gods. I'll tell you this for now." Damn. You're killing me with OCD. Everyone was so angry that they wanted to raise their middle fingers. Don't ask. You haven't even reached the initial divine rank yet, and you still want to know about the later divine rank? Zero couldn't help but laugh, instantly dispelling 80% of everyone's enthusiasm. These words were too hurtful. I'll ask one more time, just one. Just one will do, okay? Chu Yingzhan grabbed Yun Nuoshing's sleeve and blinked her big eyes. Yun Nuoshing looked at her and rolled her eyes. This girl was usually crazy, but now she wanted to act cute? Yun Nuoshing, who had seen through her true nature, didn't fall for this trick. Tisk. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing was indifferent, Chu Yingzhan also gave up on acting cute. She smacked her lips and said, "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes." Just tell me, how many major realms are there in the later divine rank? Don't overdo it. Don't ask any more. Knowing won't do you any good. At most, it'll just satisfy your curiosity. Zero said very seriously. Everyone looked at the two people who were the only ones who knew but didn't say anything. They wanted to roll up their sleeves, but after weighing the strength of a group of people against two big perverts, everyone gave up the idea of attacking together because they couldn't beat them. The group's conversation didn't last long. The conversation in the soul was very fast, perhaps only a matter of 10 seconds. The spirit of the star elves and Scarlet Moon didn't know what the group behind them was thinking. They were standing at the edge of the world barrier at this time, pressing one hand on the barrier. Then, the two of them silently chanted, and the layer of egg membrane suddenly caved in, revealing the void outside the world barrier in front of everyone. After opening the world barrier, the Crimson Moon turned around and looked at Yun Nuoshing and the others. Nodding, she said, "Young gods, this is as far as we can go. Behind us is the domain of the void. The two of us will easily get lost if we go out. The clues are in the void. It is clear at a glance. It will lead you to the place where the divine artifact is. Well, that's enough. Leave the rest to us. You can go back and have a good rest." Zero smiled and nodded. "Then, I wish you all the best in martial arts, young gods." The spirit of the star elf's voice slowly came out. In the voice, there seemed to be a little bit of a smile, but it disappeared in a flash, making everyone think that it was an illusion. Yun Nuoshing and Ling waved their hands and looked at the black hole in the void. They exchanged glances with the others and plunged into it. Behind them, a large group of people also plunged into the black hole and arrived at the domain of the void. As everyone disappeared, the spirit of the star elves and Scarlet Moon looked at each other and wiped their hands. The layer of sunken egg membrane was restored to its original state. The two of them stood in the same place for a moment, and bowed slightly in the direction where everyone disappeared. Chapter 865. The void was pitch black, with a faint purple hue surrounding the blackness, adding some other colors to the empty scene. However, it was meaningless. The void had no form of color. The void was the void. It was not black, but the void. It could also be said that the void itself was zero. Because there was nothing and nothing could be recognized, it appeared black. It was the color that was given to it by people. In the void, huge lumps of light floated. The barrier that looked like an egg membrane glowed faintly in the darkness. The surface of the world barrier glowed with a frequency of light, revealing its existence in the completely dark and silent void. In the pitch-black space, there was a sudden fluctuation. A huge golden barrier expanded in the void. After expanding to about 1,000 feet in size, it slowly stopped. The bright golden light faded from the surface of the barrier, turning into a thin layer of transparent golden energy shield. Inside the shield, there was a large group of people. They were shaking their heads, swaying left and right. Those who were not dizzy quickly looked at their surroundings and increased their power to hold up the golden barrier. Ugh! So dizzy. Do you feel like this when you pass through the world barrier for the first time? Chu Yingzhan shook Baby Breath's head. She had one hand on Yun Nuoshing's shoulder. Her steps were a little shaky. Ahem, I've already given you guys a heads up. A slight dizziness is already good enough. The moment you pass through the world barrier, you will suffer a weak void impact and the exploitation of the concept of causality. You won't be able to react in time. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. His palm stroked the heads of the girls who were leaning on his chest. He then hugged Little Purple Soul, who could not sit still on his shoulder and felt that the world was spinning. He held the little girl's waist with one hand so that she would not fall. Zero opened his arms and smiled at the group. Welcome to the domain of the void. The purplish-black area beneath our feet is the shallow layer of the void. It is the void that is affected by the world barrier. Within this area, there are still life activities. It will spread outwards until the purplish-black becomes black. That is pure void. Only powerful life forms can set foot there. Although we can go there, we won't if there is no need. There is no need for us to go there. Oh, I repeat, welcome to the domain of the void. Here, the world you know will completely collapse before you. There are no rules, no time, no space. Nothingness is the meaning of pure void. I prefer to call the void the lawless land, because this place is indeed lawless. Zero laughed. It took a while for everyone to regain their senses. They looked at the pitch-black area with purple waves. When their eyes focused with difficulty, they shook their heads and looked forward. In front of them, other than a large purplish-black area, there was also a group of huge luminous clusters that were emitting a faint light. They were very eye-catching, like the stars in the sky. Each of the luminous clusters was at least 1,000 feet in size. They floated in front of them. Between these luminous clusters, there would occasionally be a blurry light spot that flowed from one cluster to another. It was like a huge net that connected these huge luminous clusters together. If one were to count them carefully, there were as many luminous clusters as the stars in the sky. There were too many to count. The huge world group codenamed Haas. The millions of luminous clusters that you see are each a complete world. When enough worlds are gathered together, they will resonate with each other and form a connection. They will be fixed by each other and become a huge world group that floats together in the void. Worlds are not fixed in the void forever. They will drift very, very slowly. They are like lone islands in the sea. When they meet one day, they will form an archipelago. Yun Nuashing pointed at the luminous clusters that were shrinking in size. These are all worlds? Are they small worlds? Jining could not help but ask. Yun Nuashing shook her head and said, "These are all source worlds. They are worlds that were born in the void. Only worlds created by humans can be called small worlds. When a small world evolves to the extreme, life, planets, stars, and even the entire starry sky will appear. It is only at this stage that a small world transforms into a source world." Zero added, "In fact, creating a world is very simple. A drop of energy simulates the birth of the starry sky. With a loud bang, a world is born. Then, it takes tens of millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years to change the flow of energy in the world until it finally creates life. I won't go into the details. Even the King of Hell can do it easily. But a small world is different. Guess what's the difference?" After saying that, Zero and Yun Nuashing both revealed the same evil smile, sizing up the crowd with great interest. Everyone looked at each other and exchanged information in whispers. Their eyes flashed, but after a while, they all shook their heads. This kind of profound question was a little difficult for them. Ming's golden Mei Mao flashed slightly. She thought of the small world she was in, and then she thought of what Yun Nuashing said just now. She felt that she had an answer and said subconsciously, "The order of a small world evolving into a source world is reversed?" Zero and Yun Nuashing looked at her with surprise, but they did not say anything. Instead, they said, "Continue." Ming's Mei Mao flapped her fan and nodded. Creation starts with a drop of energy as the starting point. It gives birth to the starry sky, stars, planets, and life. The beginning of a small world is only a medium-sized place. It slowly develops and creates the environment and life. Well, the starry sky only appeared later. After Ming said that, she looked at Yun Nuashing nervously. This was just her guess from a few words, and she did not know if it was right. Yun Nuashing and Zero looked at each other and laughed. The former walked forward and reached out to rub Ming's silver-white hair. She smiled gently and said, "Not bad, little girl. You can even say this." Everyone was stunned. How could this work? What was the difference in the order of creation if it was reversed? Of course it's different, and it's very different. Yun Nuashing saw the puzzled look on everyone's face and knew what they were thinking. She smiled and said, "The birth of an source world starts with a drop of energy. With an explosion, all matter is transferred into a rapidly expanding space. In this space, order and rules are born. These two concepts are in charge of this expanding new space. Zero said, and the birth of a small world requires the use of one's own rules and energy to maintain this new, incomplete world. There is no real sun or real starry sky in it. Only the energy you input maintains that false world, and the use of your own power of rules to develop order to fill in the gap. There are loopholes in all of this, and the loophole is that the power of rules you control is incomplete. To be more specific, if the small world lacks the normal flow of time, then look for the normal flow of time in the original world. If a piece of space suddenly disappears, then it might be due to the uncoordinated operation of the power of space, time, the power of the world, and the power of the primordial realm. These are all the power of the origin. Understanding and controlling them is the cultivation method of the gods. Creating a small world allows one to fully understand them. If the order of time is missing, then look for the power of time. To be specific, if the small world lacks the normal flow of time, then look for the normal flow of time in the original world. If a piece of space suddenly disappears, then it might be due to the uncoordinated operation of the power of space. Then figure out how the space of the original world operates and explore and comprehend these. This is the purpose of the gods when creating a small world, to understand a small world that grows bit by bit from their own hand. Yun Nuashing and Zero joined forces to preach at the side. Then, the two of them stared at Yuan Shi and Nightmare in unison. Both of you, can you summarize? The two of them trembled and laughed dryly. Yuan Shi coughed softly, indicating that he had something to say. Everyone quickly turned their attention to him. Then, they saw him pondering for a while, then he said, on the difference between a newborn baby and a baby reincarnated by a god. When you teach him, you have to ask the auntie next door how to raise a child. He's a reincarnated god, so he knows everything when he's born. He doesn't cry or make a fuss. By the age of 6, he can do whatever he wants. By the age of 1, he can fight with others. By the age of 10, he can save the world. You just have to let him be. Nightmare crossed his arms and nodded repeatedly. Yun Nuashing and Zero took a deep breath and slapped their heads. That works too. Seeing the two of them squatting at the side with a broken face, everyone was speechless. They did not know why, but after hearing Yuan Shi and Nightmare's broken version of the general explanation, the creation of the world, which was once a very sacred thing in their eyes, suddenly became very ordinary. It even made them feel like they were teaching a naughty child. Why was that? Ahem, back to the topic. We went too far. Yun Nuashing put away his gloomy face and stood up. He looked at the purple-black void and said, let's stop talking about this. Let's get down to business. Everyone looked at the two of them, speechless. It seemed like they were the ones who started this topic. I found the direction. Zero stretched out his hand and pointed forward. He waved his hand and took the lead to fly forward with the golden energy barrier. Everyone quickly followed. There is no order or law in the void. These purple-black places are the shallow layers of the void. The order and law are slightly blurred. Holding up an ordinary energy barrier and moving forward, it is easy to lose the direction and coordinates in space and go in the wrong direction. As Zero spoke, he pointed at the golden barrier in front of him and said, but if there is a rule domain, it will be different. It can create a rule domain within a certain range. It is also effective in the pure void. After giving the place a rule domain, one can move forward normally and move through space. Although it is called a rule domain, it does not mean that one has to master the power of rule. It is very simple. As soon as Zero finished speaking, a thought was sent out. Everyone felt an additional message in their mind. They quickly checked it. After a while, they finished reading it. Then, the corner of their eyes twitched slightly. This method was so simple that it made people's hair stand on end. The so-called rule domain focused on the word domain, using one's own power to form an enclosed field and covering every inch of space with one's mind. It was a method of deceiving the void to obtain a safe rule domain. It was simple and effective. Tisk tsk. Each of the balls of light is a world. How many worlds are there? How many worlds does this Haas world group have? Yao Hua could not help but smack his lips. It shouldn't be this small, right? The Book of the Epics did not manage to find the full picture of this world group. There are at least 1 billion worlds in this group. Although these balls of light are small, each of them is a complete world. It is very easy for us to pass through the world barrier. The world barrier is very sturdy, but we do not need to break it. We only need to let our rule domain touch the aura of the target world's world barrier, and we will be able to enter that world. Oh, by the way, even if we look far away, as long as we remember that aura and imitate that energy pattern, we will be able to enter that world no matter how far away we are. As we said before, in the void, space, distance, and so on are meaningless. Every world has their own way of identifying them. The aura of the world barrier is one of them. The other is the void's coordinates, which is a little more complicated, Zero said. Have you found the target world? Where is it? Chu Yingzhan asked. Very soon. It is not far from where we are now. The power of the fragment is very special. It directly pierced through the world barrier and fell into the world. Fortunately, the world barrier repaired itself quickly. The fragment is not big. If it was something else, the world without the protection of the world barrier would be swallowed by the power of the void and disappear completely. Everything inside would be gone, Yun Nuoshing said as she pointed ahead. Is that the end of the world? Nightmare's face twitched. Yun Nuoshing and Zero nodded. Those who do not have the power to jump out of the world barrier and stop in the void will all die in the disaster of the void's backflow. If the dumpling skin breaks, the meat filling will be finished, Yuan Shi said thoughtfully. What level of accuracy is that? Everyone was shocked. Yun Nuoshing asked, Are you hungry? Yuan Shi rubbed his stomach and nodded. I think so. Everyone was speechless. Everyone followed the golden world barrier and wandered slowly in the void. Standing on the world barrier, they could see small things happening in the world, as if they were looking at a miniature world in a glass ball. As for Nightmare, who said, the world inside the dumpling, he had already been beaten up by Yun Nuoshing and Zero. Yuan Shi sighed at the side. He had to be careful with his complaints. The two big bosses were leading the way. If he said too much, he would be beaten up. After flying for a while, they suddenly felt a strange feeling spread through their bodies, causing them to tremble. They did not stop and looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. We've crossed planes. The world we just came out of was at the level of the lower plane, and we're now at the level of the intermediate plane. It seems that Haas is a world group that crosses planes. It's at the border between two planes. Do you feel comfortable all over? The energy is much denser. Zero smiled. Everyone nodded. The energy in the void was the power of the void. 4 people like them who came from the 8 elements realm, their sensitivity to energy had reached an astonishing level. A relatively large leap would cause a reaction in their bodies, even if the energy concentration here was very thin for them. We're here. Zero stopped in front of a light sphere that was thousands of feet in size. He carefully sensed for a while and said, the tracking energy stopped here. The fragment should have crashed into this world, no. Yun Nuoshing shook her head and frowned slightly. She could not help but pinch the hand that was holding Ming and Little Moon. The fragment did crash into this world, but it instantly broke through the world barrier of this world and went through the other side. The irreparable damage caused the void to flow backwards. This world has been eroded by the void. It's struggling at death's door. It won't be long before it breaks away from the Haas world group and vanishes into the void. The countless lives inside, none of them will survive. Everyone's expression froze. Just as they were about to say something, the light sphere in front of them that was connected to the other worlds suddenly trembled. The weak light that was connected to the other worlds suddenly broke. The blurry light spots disappeared, and the world-light sphere turned purple-black under everyone's nervous gaze. Like a purple-black glass bead, it broke away from the connection to the other worlds and slowly drifted into the deep void. The process of the world's destruction lasted for a long time, and they were just in time for the final scene. They could watch as the world floated into the deep void and was swallowed by the endless void. The countless life forms inside didn't even realize that their world had been destroyed, and they died without knowing what had happened. Life is so fragile that it can't even produce a spark. All worlds are just a drop in the ocean in the void. What's more, the lives inside are so fragile, cheap, and meaningless. Yuanxi sighed. Yun Nuoxing was silent. After a while, she waved her hand. The hole in front of them had been connected by the neighboring worlds, forming a huge three-dimensional net. The destruction of that world did not cause any waves. It did not even touch its neighbors. Let's go. There's no need to lament about this. There are new worlds every day, and worlds are destroyed every day. It's just like how people grow old, get sick, and die. It's the same for the worlds. Zero tried hard to dispel everyone's melancholy. After the river of time stood in the void, it never stopped. It can't stop. Once it stops, all the worlds that lack the concept of time will collapse. Yun Nuoxing stood with her hands behind her back and sighed. We can't stop either. We can't stop. The only thing we can do is to move forward. We can explore the front of our lives and add meaning to our birth. Everyone sighed and nodded. They followed Yun Nuoxing and continued to drift in the void. After the fragment indirectly destroyed a world, it continued to drift towards the center of the Haas world group. Yun Nuoxing and the others circled around in the void. The remnant energy of the fragment lingered in the void for a long time without dissipating. It was still very clear. It was the power of the 8 elemental realm. The void of the 5 elemental realms could not handle this power, so it could only float there. This also saved Yun Nuoxing and the others a lot of unnecessary trouble. They followed the energy trail all the way to the end. They didn't know how much time had passed in the void where the concept of time was blurred. Everyone gradually became tired. It didn't feel good to stand in the void for a long time. The chaos here could even penetrate the law domain and affect them. However, it didn't affect them much. At most, they would exhaust some of their energy. After all, they were beings of the 8 elemental realm. Even if they plunged into pure void without any protection, they could still last for a long time. Yun Nuoxing took out the Book of Epochs and checked the time. She sighed. We crossed over from the 8 elemental realm to here. Relatively speaking, it has been 15 years since we crossed over. It seems like it's because of the influence of the void and the void. Oh, I made a mistake. The chaotic time has been reset. Due to the influence of the void and the void, no matter how long we struggle here, there won't be a huge time difference between us and the origin world of the 8 elemental realm. The so-called 15 years is an error caused by the time we wandered around in the void. It doesn't mean that 15 years have passed. In fact, it has only been 3 days since we slipped out of the world barrier. If we slip back now, only 3 or 4 days have passed in the deity world. Everyone was shocked. After listening to the explanation, they heaved a sigh of relief. They were scared to death. They thought that 15 years had passed without them noticing, but it turned out that it had only been 3 days. Adding the time they spent in the star origin world, it should have been 7 days. However, the concept of time would be different in the same world due to the large distance between them. They didn't know how far they had traveled in the void, so the concept of time would be even further apart. However, as they returned to the origin world, everything would be corrected. Time wouldn't leave too many traces on them. After all, 15 years was just an imaginary number. It was meaningless. According to their biological clocks, only 7 days had passed in their life. If it was calculated according to 24 hours, we've left Haas very far. I feel that we're about to cross over to the upper plane, Zero said. Not long ago, a tremor brought us to the upper plane. We're close to the gathering point of the void of the 5 elemental realms. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes at him. Is that so? Zero scratched his head. It seems that holding up the world barrier is a little tiring. What? We've crossed over to another plane? Yuan Shi, who was slow to react, took a while to react. The void is so small? As I said, the concept of size in the void doesn't have much meaning. We've always had the idea of flying forward and following the trajectory forward, or rather the will, which allows us to move quickly in concept. In fact, we're just following the trajectory of the energy. We'll go wherever it is, even in the void of the 5 elemental realms. If we don't have the idea of crossing over to another plane, we'll stay in this plane for a very long time. The number of worlds in this plane is beyond your imagination, and you'll never be able to fly out until you want to leave, Yun Nuoshing said. Oh, the good news is that we've arrived. It's right in front of us. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Her soft voice lifted everyone's spirits. We've arrived? In this dark place, there were only light balls and light balls. Although it was very shocking, it was also very boring. There was no other scenery to see. They simply flew and flew. They didn't even know whether they were flying forward or not. They had to use their eyes to make sure. At the same time, they had to keep the idea of flying forward in their minds. Only then would their bodies move. This process was boring and tiring. At this moment, everyone wished they could find a world barrier to hide in and leave the void to take a break. As soon as Yun Nuoshing's voice fell, Zero clearly felt that his body was accelerating. Not only him, but everyone else also felt that something was wrong. When they looked up, they saw a huge light ball flying towards them. They had bumped into it themselves. We've been sucked over. I'm afraid we'll hit it. What will happen if we hit the world barrier? What will happen if the meat stuffing hits the dumpling skin? At most, ouch. Yao Hua, you're asking for trouble. Let's not talk about this anymore. Hurry up and prepare to resist the impact. It should be fine. Everyone was talking at once. They seemed to be a little flustered, but when they saw that Yun Nuoshing and Zero weren't flustered, they didn't feel nervous. They were just joking around to ease their emotions. After all, the void was really too stuffy. Everyone only had time to say one sentence. Before they could finish their sentence, the world collided with them. Everyone quickly reinforced the strength of their nomological domains. Then, they could only watch as the huge ball of light rapidly approached them. Chapter 866. The original intention of the rule domain was to isolate the space one was in from the outside world. It was mostly used in the void to resist the power of the void that could erase everything, but it couldn't achieve complete isolation. However, maintaining 95% isolation was already very efficient. After all, no one was interested in staying in the void for a long time. If such a high degree of isolation was dissolved by the void, no one could be blamed for it. Who asked you to be in a daze in the void out of boredom? Other than blocking the influence of the void, it also affected the normal space. After all, the rule domain they set up wasn't as comprehensive as the rules of the world itself. It was only an emergency measure. It wasn't good to be in such a state for a long time. Everyone knew this, so when they crashed into the world barrier, they all removed the rule domain and replaced it with an ordinary energy barrier to resist the vacuum of the starry sky. Then, a tragedy happened. Everyone was pulled into this world by a suction force. The moment they entered, they subconsciously replaced the barrier. Before they could do anything else, they felt a terrifying suction force that made the world spin. Their vision was pulled into blurry lines that moved horizontally, vertically, and diagonally. Their eyes couldn't distinguish what those messy colors were. Because of this, there were ghostly cries in their souls, showing that they were being pulled into a daze by an unknown force. And, at Yen? What happened? I can't remember what I'm remembering. Little star. Think of a way. I can't stop. Yenat. Come on at yen%. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing also felt that the world was spinning, but he had some experience. This kind of watching the world fly and spin around, all kinds of blue and red scenes, and the sky turning upside down as if space and time had collapsed, they were many times faster than the speed of light, and during this process, his entire body was like a spinning top that was constantly being whipped, spinning up and down left and right. He could not even hold the few girls in his arms. My bile is coming out from the spinning. Oh, I'll swallow it back. It was unknown who roared this sentence, but everyone's faces darkened. However, in their blurred vision, they didn't know who to look for to settle the score with, so they could only hold back their anger. The Book of the Epoch. Zero's voice in the soul dragged on for a long time before he blurted out, "What pulled us over? There's no need to struggle. Both of us are, at least, 10 million times the speed of light. Protect our bodies." Yun Nuoxing could not bear to listen any longer. "We're moving at superluminal speed now, and we're doing a long-distance space jump. There's no need to struggle. I can't even move, so use all your strength to protect yourself. Don't get smashed into pieces after crashing into something. With our physique, we can't withstand collisions at tens of millions of times the speed of light without any defense. Do you believe that even God and underworld experts can be knocked into half paralyzed?" Everyone held back their disgust. "Troublesome. Speak slowly." After going through backflips, front flips, side flips, twirling countless degrees, or simply somersaulting for an unknown period of time, everyone's vision suddenly became clear for a moment, causing everyone's body to stop moving at this moment. Only their eyeballs could move. When it stopped, everyone hurriedly turned their gazes and stared down or up. Some people were still upside down or stuffing their heads into their pants. Then, everyone saw an incomparably huge planet appear in front of them. When they saw the appearance of this planet, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air in their souls. It was a black planet. Perhaps its original appearance was not as black as it was now. Floating on its surface was a thick and dense layer of black clouds. They were currently above the planet, far away from the atmosphere, but they could already feel the chaotic and destructive power coming from the black clouds. The wriggling black clouds made everyone uneasy. Almost as soon as they saw it, they thought of something. Could this be the it that Xingyuan continent mentioned? Yuanshi tried to move but could not. He rolled his eyes and hurriedly asked in his soul, "By the way, why did we stop? And why did we stop in such a strange posture?" Oh, I used the Book of Epochs to release a forceful time pause. From the perspective of the laws, the space around us is paused for 1,000 feet. But the suction force is still there. When I release it later, we'll still fly out. After stopping, Zero's voice was clearly much more normal. Hearing the last sentence, everyone's face darkened. Then why did we stop? Look at the destination clearly. Yun Nuoxing blinked and said, "By the way, be mentally prepared. We will crash into that continent in 0000. Ignore 30,001 seconds. And we will pass through that layer of black mist. You want to see how you die, right?" Nightmare sounded surprised. Everyone's face darkened, then suddenly turned pale. A moment later, their faces flushed red. Their faces looked like they were dyed in a colorful dye house. Yun Nuoxing and Zero, more or less. Crash. Then don't stop. What's the meaning of making you turn around to look at the machete when the guillotine is halfway down? The crowd cursed. It's better to get the pain over with than to prolong the pain. That's true. Zero nodded. Then I'll release it. 3, 2, 1, wait. Everyone turned pale with fright. Before he could finish speaking, the group of people vanished from where they were with a whoosh. At the same time, a dazzling mushroom cloud erupted from the ground below. Multicolored shockwaves of energy dyed the mushroom cloud in various colors. The mighty shockwaves of energy blew away the black clouds that covered the sky, blowing them tens of millions of kilometers away, revealing a huge hole. Boom! An intense explosion that sounded as if the heavens and earth were collapsing rang out in the next instant. The huge impact swept up a thick layer of earth, sending countless fragments of the earth's crust into the sky. It was as if a massive meteor had crashed into the earth. The fragments were swept up into the sky for several tens of thousands of kilometers, almost flying to the edge of the atmosphere. Then, they fell from the sky like small meteors, radiating out in all directions. It was like a majestic meteor shower. Looking down from the starry sky, it was incomparably gorgeous. Below the black clouds was a large group of strange-looking creatures. Their bodies were completely black, and they were 3 to 4 meters tall. They had humanoid upper bodies, but they only had similar lines. At the top of their bodies was a huge head. Except for their mouths and a row of dazzling white teeth, they had no facial organs. The hands that extended from their torsos were like segmented arthropods, and their palms were 5 huge and strange black whip-like objects. As for their lower bodies, they were a pile of surging black clouds, and tentacles that looked like octopus tentacles extended from the clouds. These black creatures were like creatures that had failed in their creation and were forcefully combined with other creatures that had failed in their creation. If they were still alive, the one could even find a variety of strange biological characteristics on their bodies. They were strange, disgusting, and extremely frightening. They were the kind of disgusting creatures that could scare people into fainting on the spot if they were thrown on the ground. This was a huge plain. 2 mountain ranges that stretched for hundreds of miles stood upright on the ground, towering like a huge natural city wall. In the gap between the 2 mountain ranges there was a huge city guarding this place. It was also an important line of defense, guarding the pass that led to the rear of the plain. Once this line of defense was lost, there would be a vast plain behind them, and those black and disgusting creatures could no longer be stopped. At this time, the city wall looked very dilapidated. Hundreds of meters inside and outside the city wall, huge beasts and warriors could be seen everywhere. The seemingly sturdy city wall had long been breached. The black beasts were like a vanguard that wantonly attacked and killed inside and outside the city wall. The line of defense that had been built with countless lives was still very fragile. Those black beasts could often fight against the siege of dozens of experts without being at a disadvantage. Fortunately, they were only the vanguard, and their reinforcements were all blocked on the plain, so they were not breached. As for the fall of the city gate, everyone was already used to it. The city wall had been broken down, repaired, and fallen down thousands of times. It was probably because of luck that this city was still standing here. At the place where the plain and the pass clashed, countless experts held up the sky, forcibly blocking the invasion of the giant black beast. Among the crowd, there were a few figures emitting dazzling golden light. The energy surging from them was extremely vast. One of them was able to stop an entire group of giant black beasts. However, the densely packed number of giant black beasts still made everyone's scalp numb. The battle line was pushed back and forth. Even with the golden figures boosting everyone's strength and resisting the black beasts, it was inevitable that there would be casualties. However, those who died would be resurrected in the rear after a while, and then they would pick up their weapons and rush forward to fight until the end. It was as if nothing had happened. This battle line stretched out for hundreds of meters with great difficulty. It could only be said that it was barely holding on and did not collapse. As for the ability to counterattack, this line of defense was almost equal to 0. This line of defense was also slowly retreating. Until a dazzling mushroom cloud suddenly exploded in the sky. Boom! The shock wave of the dazzling energy explosion pushed everyone back in unison. Those few extremely special golden figures were no exception as they retreated by a large distance. Those black beasts were overturned by large swathes on the ground. A moment later, what came was a meteor shower. Those fragments of the Earth's crust that were thrown away fell from the sky, turning into a large number of meteors that fell to the ground, splashing out violent explosions of various sizes. Spirit King above, The reinforcements have arrived? No, when did we call for reinforcements? Protective shield. Activate the protective shield of the stronghold. Everyone, take cover. Being smashed to death in this meteor shower is not a work injury for you to calculate. The vigorous explosion spread across the entire plain. Looking down from the starry sky, it was as if specks of starlight were blooming. Those few golden figures roared in unison, propping up a huge golden energy barrier that was thousands of feet in size, completely covering the battle line. The stronghold behind them also raised a huge energy barrier, followed by the meteor shower that spread to this place. Boom, boom, boom. The heat wave of the falling meteors hit everyone's body, blowing their robes loudly. A lot of meteors fell on the two huge energy barriers, splashing out layers of energy water. The meteors were quickly smashed into pieces and then disappeared. Everyone looked up at the meteor shower that flew further away, their cheeks twitching slightly. Hurry up and inform the Holy Kingdom to set up air defense. Damn it, just set up the protective shield will do. With such a large number of meteors falling, half of Leviathan will be blown into craters. If you don't want to see your home buried under the ruins after the war ends, hurry up and send the message. On the battlefield, a young man who looked like a commander, his whole body covered in golden light, hurriedly shouted. After a moment, he looked up at the place where the mushroom cloud had not dissipated and could not help but take a deep breath. Old man, what happened? The energy interference from the black cloud is too severe. I can't see clearly what happened there. The meteor shower is not lethal to the void beasts, but I don't know what happened. At the center of the explosion, there should be a considerable number of deaths. A majestic middle-aged man with a beard on his mouth and chin who was also covered in golden light looked into the distance and sighed after a moment. Hey, isn't that? Hearing that, the young man could not help but gasp. If a large number of void beasts die at the same time, it should attract a big guy this time. Cynthia, issue the highest mobilization order and ask the rear to send some people. At least 3 high-grade battle spirits should come, otherwise this pass will be broken. The middle-aged man shouted softly, and the silver-haired woman who stood beside him with a golden longbow nodded. She turned and disappeared in a flash, and when she reappeared, she was already in the stronghold behind them. As soon as his voice fell, the other 2 people who stayed in the same place and were covered in golden light were looking at the battlefield. At this time, they were slightly stunned. Frowning, they pointed to the front and said, "The void beasts are retreating." Hearing that, the young man's expression also changed. He quickly looked into the distance and seemed to have noticed something. His voice was solemn as he said, "Damn it, there are people in that explosion. The void beasts are not retreating. They are gathering in that direction." "There are people in the explosion?" The middle-aged man muttered and turned his head. "Do you want to go and have a look?" The young man thought for a moment and turned his head to the crowd and shouted, "Close guards, stay within the range of the spirit light barrier. Knights, open your chest to maintain the barrier. Spirit shooters, support from the rear. Don't leave the line of defense for now. Those who are fast, hurry back to the stronghold to support. The few of us will go out for a trip." "Yes, God." Everyone immediately stood at attention. Even the people who were lying on the ground jumped up and clenched their fists together as they shouted in unison. At this time, the silver-haired woman named Exhilarating came back. She looked at everyone and fixed her eyes on the man. The man nodded at her and waved his hand. The 5 of them emitted a golden light and turned into streaks of golden light and rushed out. Yun Nuashing wanted to curse at this moment, but she couldn't find a place to vent her anger. God knows how they accelerated to that level of light speed. This time, a group of people was holding the energy barrier and crashing into the ground. It seemed that when they were in the Xingyuan continent they also fell from the sky. Then what was this? They kept jumping from the edge of the world's barrier and charged at thousands of times the speed of light. They rushed to this place in 3 minutes and crashed into the ground. This group of people really showed how they fell on the ground upside down. Half of Yao Hua's body was still in the ground. Only his butt and legs were exposed. Hiss! Hiss! It hurts, Yun Nuoshing grimaced. He kept hitting people with the light element, and one day, he was hit by the ground with the speed of light. Moreover, it was thousands of times the speed of light. He was glad that his group of people survived. At most, they only had a few broken bones or sprained their waist. He couldn't help but sigh when he saw the group of people next to him being blasted into the ground like cannonballs. However, he was still carrying a few girls on top of him. He wasn't much better. His chest was squeezed into the ground. The place where they were forced to land had already been blasted open. It was more than 100 meters deep and looked like a basin. If they hadn't held up the energy barrier and used the power of rules to convert all the momentum into energy to crash into the ground, this planet would have been penetrated. Good heavens, thousands of times the speed of light. It was so fast that they couldn't even stop. Yun Nuoshing grimaced and put the girls on top of him down. He got up from the ground in pain. His bones were automatically recovering, so this injury wasn't so bad. After all, he was just thrown to the ground. He was glad that his bones didn't penetrate his body. Oh, you're still awake. It seems that only the two of us are awake. The others have all fainted. A few meters away, Zero slowly turned over and stood up. Yun Nuoshing glanced at his legs. His legs were weak, but this guy was still standing so elegantly. I'm probably suffering from a phobia of light speed for the rest of my life. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and moved his almost dislocated arm. He put it back in place and sighed. What's going on? That suction force disappeared when we were playing with the meteorite crashing into the ground. Where is this? Planet Leviathan, the center of the void core gathering point of the 5 primordial realms. In the upper plane, the highest level of strength is a half-demon 9th change. Oh, this is the conversion. The Book of Epics seems to have been damaged. There's a small problem. Zero tossed the white ball of light in his hand and sighed. This thing can be damaged? Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. Zero shrugged his shoulders. Just as he was about to say something, the ground suddenly rumbled, causing the two of them to narrow their eyes. This commotion was akin to thousands of soldiers and horses wildly galloping on the ground. In between, there was pushing, trampling, and other unavoidable things. The noise spread over from the distance. The sound and posture was just like an earthquake. Chaotic energy. Zero sniffed lightly and said, If I'm not wrong, this should be the energy that we've been chasing. The fragment should be on this planet, but no need for but. I saw it. It's disgusting. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. As he spoke, a black dot suddenly appeared on the edge of the basin. From a distance, it looked like a water droplet. Since it was a water droplet, it was not just a single droplet. As the black dot appeared, a black river suddenly appeared on the edge of the basin. It rushed over from all directions. It looked as if a hole had been opened on the surface of the sea, and all the seawater was pouring in. It carries that kind of weak energy. There's quite a lot of it. Do you want to do it, or should I? Zero saw the true nature of the water droplets at a glance. His face was still calm, as if the attack of thousands of soldiers was just a bluff. He just looked at Yun Nuoshing and smiled faintly. You protect them. This kind of trash. Yun Nuoshing smiled evilly. He waved his hand and took out the golden bell. It floated half a meter away from him. One strike is enough. Clang. As soon as Zero walked to the middle of the group, a golden time barrier enveloped them. Yun Nuoshing slapped the giant bell and attacked before the army of void beasts approached. The unparalleled sound of the bell turned into a sound wave that could be seen with the naked eye. It swept out like a huge explosion at a speed that was more than 10 times faster than sound. Wherever the sound wave touched, the ground was overturned. In an instant, it hit the first void beast that had just landed at the bottom of the basin. The latter's body was annihilated in an instant. Not even a particle was left behind as it disappeared into space. The army of tens of millions of void beasts behind it was no exception. Rumble. Surging sound waves swept out. Once again, the large-scale and menacing sound waves caused the 5 people who were emitting golden light to be stunned. At this moment, they were fighting their way through and were drowned by the endless army of void beasts. Seeing the tangible sound wave wall rapidly rushing over, their faces turned pale in an instant. Spirit light barrier, absolute defense. The 5 of them hurriedly shouted. The 5 of them formed a circle and heavily smashed their palms together. With a shout, brilliant golden light rapidly spread under their feet, forming golden runes that enveloped them. The instant the barrier was formed, the sound wave wall also unexpectedly arrived. Buzz, zhi, a strange sound crazily resounded in the ears of the 5 people. It was like the roar of thunder, like the churning of the sea, but it also seemed like they did not hear anything. The huge sound wave instantly passed through the barrier of the 5 people. What was left was only the aftermath of the sound wave. However, the sound wave and the aftermath that swept over in an instant caused the 5 people to tremble violently. A trace of blood quietly flowed out from their ears that were covered in golden light. The sturdy barrier that was overflowing with golden light also rapidly trembled under the vibration of the high-frequency sound wave. The golden runes under their feet continuously disappeared. When the last rune was about to disappear, the sound wave also spread to its limit. It dissipated into an ordinary sound of a bell and gradually faded. Before it reached the defensive line in front of the fortress, it had already returned to normal. Oh my God! After the sound wave swept over, the barrier also reached its limit and collapsed in an instant. The youth's cheeks slightly trembled as he raised his head. The ground was incomparably flat at a glance. It was so flat that not even a broken stone could be seen. The 3-meter-wide circle under their feet was the only place that had been spared. At this moment, it had become an isolated island, and the ground in the vicinity had sunk by a full meter. This kind of power is not inferior to that of a high-level spiritual god. No, it's already comparable to the 5 great spiritual gods. Purely in terms of destructive power. Exhilarating couldn't help but say as she looked at the ground that was so flat that it could be used as a floor. The youth nodded stiffly and raised his head. Following the annihilation of the void beasts, the black clouds in the sky were also rapidly fading. Then, they contracted in the sky above the basin that had appeared at the beginning. They slowly squirmed, and a terrifying aura of energy was brewing and churning within. It seemed as if something was about to be born. Nonsense. This is a great fight, but to annihilate so many void beasts all at once, the general that came out this time is absolutely no small matter. Exhilarating, go call for reinforcements. If possible, send a signal for help to the spiritual realm. Let any of the 5 great spiritual gods come. Before the youth finished speaking, he saw a huge golden pillar of light soar into the sky from below the basin with a terrifying energy. The power to annihilate time directly dissipated the black fog that was brewing. The sky suddenly cleared up, and there wasn't a single cloud in the blue sky. The 5 people were immediately dumbfounded. It ended before it even started. Chapter 867. I think the biggest flaw of your artifact is that your voice is too loud. What if you disturb the neighbors with such a loud noise? Zero rubbed his itchy ears and rolled his eyes at Yun Nuashing. Disturb the neighbors? In this wilderness, other than this group of strange creatures that are tainted with that kind of aura, where do the humans come from? There are quite a lot of monsters though. Those monsters are like a creator who was not satisfied with his creation but could not destroy it as he wished out of humanitarianism, so he threw them into the garbage collection pile and allowed them to develop as they wished. Then, the thing that was created is a foodie who kept munching on the garbage collection pile. After it was done, it even merged the biological characteristics of the garbage into itself. It's a bunch of failed creations. Yun Nuoshing sighed angrily and walked to Ming's side and squatted down. Is it that serious? When Yun Nuoshing squatted down to check on the condition of the girls, Zero suddenly turned his gaze and made an ambiguous sound. He laughed strangely and said, "It seems like someone is really coming." Yun Nuoshing had just carried Ming on his back. When he heard this, he slowly stood up and looked in the direction that Zero was looking at. Just as he turned his head, the space not far in front of him shook and 5 people suddenly appeared. 3 men with dazzling blonde hair and 2 women with fluttering silver hair emerged from the space in surprise. When they saw the large number of corpses and the 2 living people, they were stunned for a moment. Yun Nuoshing and Zero looked at the 5 people who were shining with all kinds of lights as soon as they appeared. After a while, they looked at each other and greeted in unison, "Yo!" "Hi!" The young man was stunned. He raised his hand and waved in astonishment and greeted them in a way that he did not even react to. Then, he was stunned. The person who was called Old Master next to him slapped his face and said in a low voice, "Now is not the time to be high, right?" The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Both sides did not recognize each other and did not know how to start a conversation. Cough cough about that. Yun Nuoshing coughed dryly. He was a little more honest, so he decided to tell them the truth when it was not necessary. After all, they must have seen the invisible comet falling from the sky. "So," he said, "we came from outer space. When we landed, we did not control it well and fainted. Can I trouble you to help us?" After he finished speaking, he revealed a very peaceful smile. The 5 people with golden light looked at each other and nodded. "Old Master, I'll leave it to you." The young man smiled and said to the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man shrugged helplessly and landed on Yun Nuoshing and the others. The golden light in his hand suddenly bloomed and turned into a sky full of golden particles that fell and gradually merged into the bodies of the people. Yun Nuoshing and Zero looked at each other and saw some surprise in each other's eyes. After the golden particles merged into their bodies, they quickly dispersed into golden energy and flowed through their limbs and bones. Those minor and serious injuries were healed at the same time. The 2 conditions were healed almost at the same time. This rather miraculous treatment method made the 2 a little curious. Generally speaking, the more serious the injury, the slower the recovery. This middle-aged man obviously did not follow common sense. No matter what kind of injury they had, they would recover as if nothing had happened in a few seconds. "Did I scare you?" The young man smiled and said softly, "Although I don't know which world you are from, I am the captain of the 1st Squad of the 120th Echelon of the Dangerous War Formation, Ivan Kriven. You can call me Ivan. They are all my team members." Zero's eyes turned and fixed on the young man who called himself Ivan Kriven. She smiled inexplicably and said, "Protoss? Oh, that's our title from a long, long time ago. Now we are more commonly known as the Spirit Race." The middle-aged man who called himself Charles scratched his head of golden hair. His voice was kind and amiable. Compared to the legendary Spirit Race, he was more like an uncle next door. "Cynthia, send a message back. Tell our colleagues stationed in the Holy Kingdom not to rush over. Just say that the matter here has been resolved. Let them guard their defensive line with peace of mind." The uncle next door, Charles, turned his head and said softly to the silver-haired woman with a baby face. Cynthia nodded. Her silver eyes curiously looked at Yun Nuoshing and the others a few more times. Then, her delicate body flashed and disappeared. "Don't mind her. Cynthia is like that. Her highest record is that she hasn't said a word for 100 years. If it were me, I would probably suffocate to death." Another young man with a silly smile on his face, short golden hair that reached his shoulders, and his entire body was emitting golden light. He was so handsome that it made people dazzled. He grinned at Yun Nuoshing and the others. Yun Nuoshing and Zero looked at each other. In the upper plane of the 5 elements realm, they were not too surprised that there were life forms that could cross world. Even if the Protoss of the Five Elements realm were at the core gathering point of the void of the Five Elements realm, they were not surprised. What surprised them was that they did not expect to bump into them as soon as they landed. What are those things? Zero scratched her head. Void beasts, at least that's what they are called here. I don't think we'll be able to wipe them out even if we kill until our hands go numb. And that's with Little Star as a mobile energy source. Our recovery speed will be very slow in this place where the energy is thin. I think we can just pat our butts and leave. This galaxy is too tenacious. We've been killing for tens of millions of years, but it still hasn't fallen. The Ling race is probably holding on for dear life. Boss, I think the fragment should be in that base camp, but if we charge in and don't activate the power of the gods, we'll all be wiped out. It's 100% certain. However, the twin divine contract isn't used for battle. Yun Nuashing and Zero sighed helplessly. They had secretly activated the Book of Epics just now to investigate the situation of this galaxy. It was similar to what Ivan had said, or even more severe. The entire planet of the base camp was completely black. It was pitch black. When they zoomed in, they could see a bunch of disgusting things wriggling on it. Wriggling like maggots. However, when they activated the Book of Epics, the people in front of them didn't seem to notice. Then what do we do? Everyone wailed. We can only clear them out one by one. There has to be a way, right? Probably? Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You came at the wrong time. The flames of war in Leviathan are everywhere. If you want to have fun, you've come to the wrong place. Ivan sighed softly. However, this place hasn't been peaceful for tens of millions of years. We've been talking nonsense. You haven't realized it yet, right? Where are you from? This question made everyone feel a little awkward. They looked at each other for a while and discussed spiritually for a while. In the end, they fixed their eyes on Yun Nuashing and Zero. The two of them looked at each other and winked. They both wanted the other to say something. After a while, they couldn't decide. They couldn't help but reach out their hands and say in unison, "Scissors, rock, paper." Everyone. Looking at the outstretched right hand, Yun Nuashing sighed resignedly. She coughed twice to clear her throat and said, We're from a place very far away from here. We've been traveling around the world. We just finished our trip from the Star Origin continent and started a new journey. In the end, when we passed through the world barrier, we were pulled down by a suction force. Then what you saw just now happened. Pulled down? Ivan and the others were startled. After a moment of silence, Ivan said, Perhaps the power of the void beast interfered. You're all really unlucky. Yun Nuashing opened her mouth and wanted to say that they were here to solve the problem, but she was reprimanded by the others. She had no choice but to nod with a dry smile. Before they found the shard, it was best that they didn't show anything unusual. Ahem, about that, I see that the situation here is quite serious. Do you need our help? You see, our group's combat power is quite high. After resting for a long time, we can move around a bit. Yun Nuashing opened his arms and said. Hearing that, Ivan and the other Eldars looked at each other as if they were discussing something. Seeing that, Yun Nuashing smiled and said, It shouldn't be strange for beings with the power to cross worlds to help each other, right? Oh, that's not what we're thinking about. Ivan shook his head and pondered for a moment before saying, Yes, your forces are indeed very powerful and are on par with ours. If we have your help, we would have a much easier time. However, there is actually no need for you to get involved in this matter. The void beasts are very strange and unpredictable, and even many high-tier spirit gods of the Eldar race have been encircled and killed here, their souls unable to escape in time and completely perishing. After all, you have nothing to do with this matter, and it would be a bit apologetic if you lose people. Everyone laughed bitterly and said to themselves in their souls, No, this matter seems to have a lot to do with us. That seems to be the case. Yun Nuashing scratched his head. Everyone was stunned and shocked. Just as everyone thought that he was going to turn into an onlooker, Yun Nuashing said in distress, "But our power to warp worlds has been damaged, so we have to chat here for a while. In order to live more comfortably, it shouldn't be a problem to do some fighting, right?" Ivan smiled bitterly at that reason. He thought for a long time but could not refuse, so he could only nod. "Very well, then. I'll have to ask for your help for the next few days. The Eldars will get tired after fighting for a long time." "Okay." Yun Nuashing grinned and gave everyone a thumbs up with his hand behind his back. "Everyone. That works." Perhaps it was because they had lived in the realm of the gods for a long time, but they were more or less suspicious and vigilant. It had become their nature, so they did not trust others easily. But after coming to the realm of the five elements and seeing the god race, who were theoretically the strongest in the realm of the five elements, they did not have such thoughts. The impression they gave them was that they were generous and could fight and chat. It seems that the difference between the lower realms and the realm of the eight elements is a little. Yao Hua could not help but mutter in his soul. Zero smiled and said, "Don't forget, these Eldars, the god race has countless believers. Their believers are spread across the entire realm of the five elements. The believers pray to the spirit gods, and the latter is responsible for protecting them. After all, those believers are their own people. A large part of them are lives that they created. They have to manage countless worlds, unlike the realm of the four elements. Moreover, the spirit realm is absolutely peaceful. How could there be so many situations for the spirit gods to scheme and fight? At most, they would scheme against their neighbors and cheat them of a midnight snack," Yun Nuashing added. "Everyone, the god race is very friendly, whether it is to worlds with high-level power or to newly born and weak worlds. For powerful beings like us who have power that is on par with them, as long as we don't wreak havoc everywhere and destroy worlds every day, they are generally friends. Even if we ask for help, they won't suspect anything, so don't worry." Zero looked at Ivan and the others with a gentle smile on his face and nodded at them. Everyone finally understood after hearing this. Yun Nuashing and Zero sighed silently. No matter what, they have cleaned up the mess for us for tens of millions of years. If they don't want to admit it, they have to find a reason to stay and help us. Do you think we will say it? You already said it. Everyone's face darkened. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly and patted little purple soul on her shoulder. She glanced at Ivan and said, "Ahem, this is not the place to talk. Let's find a place to rest. While we're at it, tell us about this world and what happened on these 12 planets." That's true. Let's rest at the Bloodwing Fortress. We have to go back and prepare. While we're at it, we have to tell our people about what happened just now. That big explosion and meteor shower gave us a fright, Ivan nodded. As he spoke, he glanced at Yun Nuashing and the others. This inexplicable gaze made Yun Nuashing feel a little embarrassed. According to the scale of the explosion and the reaction after the explosion, if this was an ordinary world, the entire planet would probably tremble. If it trembled, all life on the planet would be finished. However, this Leviathan was not an ordinary world. Even if they blew up a huge meteor basin that was close to 200,000 feet in size, Leviathan did not tremble at all. The group stretched and prepared for a while. Yun Nuashing carried Ming, who was still sleeping, on her back and gestured to Ivan. Then, everyone teleported to the Bloodwing Fortress, and they arrived. Everyone saw a large group of people nervously grabbing their weapons when they saw them. Energy surged out of their bodies, but before it reached its peak, they heaved a sigh of relief when they saw a few people covered in golden light in front of them. They bowed to the few people in front of them. Yun Nuashing saw the warriors of all shapes and sizes dressed in tattered black armor. Their eyes were filled with undisguised fanaticism and respect from the bottom of their hearts. When they saluted Ivan and the others, they did not hesitate at all. It was more like an instinctive action. Everyone else also saw this scene. At this moment, their eyes were slightly flickering. This unique world made them feel very curious. In the world of the gods, things like faith were almost non-existent. My people, pick up your weapons. Those who can still move, take care of the wounded. Doctors, work hard and treat the wounded warriors. Knights, clean up the battlefield. This time, the invasion has been repelled by our friends from outer space. Cheer for a short while. Ivan waved his hand, and his golden robe fluttered in the wind. His loud roar was very imposing, and it spread for dozens of miles. However, this victory is only temporary. We will have more victories, but we will not allow a single failure. If we lose, behind us will be the boundless Caner Prairie, which is your holy kingdom. Prepare well. Seize the time to recover. Spiritual guides, prepare for the battlefield. While cheering, you can't relax at all. We obey the god's command. The thousands of warriors roared loudly. Yun Nuashing and the others could not help but raise their heads. This kind of imposing manner, it should be said that this world had been in this kind of war for tens of millions of years. Just based on their imposing manner, they were not much weaker than the forces of the god's realm. Did I scare you? The auras on your bodies are very peaceful. Although you are very powerful, you don't seem like people who have been fighting in fierce places for a long time. The auras on your bodies are young and full of vitality. I like this kind of aura very much. Another female spiritual god, who called herself Osir, could not help but laugh when she saw the slightly surprised expressions on Yun Nuashing and the others. Yun Nuashing was stunned, and the others also opened their mouths in astonishment. They could not help but ask in their souls, "Isn't the god's realm ferocious?" You are children of a peaceful era for the time being. Zero was speechless. Then, everyone let out a no. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and looked at the female spiritual god with long silver hair that reached her ankles. She glanced at her stunning face for a while, and then turned away. She sighed and said, "We like to run around and play, so we can be considered to have been on the battlefield. It's just that the form is different." "Maybe it's not that." Yun Nuashing mumbled for a long time and found that she could not say anything. Her pretty face was a little red. Seeing this, Osir could not help but chuckle, causing the former's face to turn even redder. "That's why it's better for people like you who have a 30% death rate to speak less. Look at you, your face is red from holding it in." Zero clicked his tongue and patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath, freed up a hand and knocked down on Zero. He performed a hand knife against a knife for the audience. The sonic boom and the clanging sound of the collision were like the collision of steel. What's wrong with these two?" Ivan turned around in astonishment and saw Yun Nuashing and Osir fighting. His face could not help but twitch. "Calm down, just smile. Smile, don't worry about those two crazy people." Nightmare smiled calmly. "This scene is very familiar." Everyone took a deep breath. Chapter 868. In the lounge of the meeting hall of the Bloodwing Fortress, there was a huge oval-shaped wooden table. There was an empty space in the middle of the table, forming a circular table. Beside the table were rows of wooden chairs that could seat about 24 or 25 people. If they squeezed together, they could seat up to 30 people. It looked like a place to receive important guests or hold a military meeting. A row of blue sofas was temporarily placed in the corner of the room. The style of the sofa was different from the table in the middle, and it could seat about 20 people. At this time, Yun Nuashing and the others were crowded in the room, which made the originally large room a lot smaller. Ivan and the others went to deal with the aftermath of the battle. Yun Nuashing asked them to deal with it. After all, they were not in a hurry. Not long after they fell from the sky, they woke up from their injuries, but they were still a little dizzy. At this time, a large group of people were paralyzed on the sofas or chairs. They all said that they needed to take a nap to calm down. What happened today was too exciting, and it could be said that it was the most exciting thing in their lives. "Girl, wake up." Yun Nuashing tried to wake Ming up, but the latter did not move after falling from the sky. Yun Nuoxing put her on the sofa and let her head rest on his shoulder. If he did not feel that she was still breathing, and that there was no such thing as a corpse after death, he would have cut off 2 pieces of the celestial tree branch to try to bring her back to life. Sister Ming, Sister Ming. Little Purple Soul was also jumping up and down on Hui Ming's body, trying to get her attention. However, Hui Ming's beautiful eyes were tightly shut, and her lips were pursed as if she was asleep. What happened? Don't tell me you used your sister as a meat cushion and knocked her unconscious? Chu Yingzhen frowned and poked Ming's face with her jade-like hand. The latter's quiet and peaceful sleeping face was very strange to her. The group of people were all intact, and she was the only one who was unconscious. No one could figure out what happened. Zero stood in front of Ming, and there was a golden vortex about a foot in the palm of his hand. He closed his eyes slightly and only opened them after a while. He frowned and scratched his head. It's so strange, what's wrong? Yun Nuoxing put his arm around Ming's shoulder and let her lean into his arms. Her heart skipped a beat when she heard Zero's words. She looked up at Zero with a questioning look. It's so strange. Zero shook his long blonde hair in distress and said, her spiritual power is normal, her soul is normal, there's no problem with her life form. There's no problem with the flow of divine power in her body. But why? Zero grumbled in distress. He reluctantly reached out his hand and used the power of time to check on Ming's condition. It's not like I've never seen an angel before. Although Ming turned from a human into an angel and fused with the soul of an angel, which is a higher level of life form, her soul was directly upgraded. There's no problem until now. She turned into an angel in perfect condition. It's a good result under the cauldron of souls. She's not missing anything, so why can't she wake up? Yun Nuoxing also frowned slightly and turned to look at Ming's quiet little face. After thinking for a while, she reached out her finger and gently touched Ming's forehead. A strand of celestial power flashed and went into her soul. Wake up. You're here. Don't be trapped by the consciousness. Some mysterious power flashed and disappeared. Everyone in the room looked up blankly. The ripples spread out and shrouded the entire room. Everyone felt that their souls were suddenly pulled to a faraway place. In an instant, everyone saw something very far away. Black fog condensed into clusters, as black as ink, and surged like a tide on the horizon. There was a rolling black fog in the sky like a huge tornado, and black lightning ran through the sky. In front of them, a black behemoth hundreds of feet in size roared at the sky. The sound of chains rattling could be heard from its abdomen. Turning around, the figure of a thin young man was bound by black chains in the belly of the black behemoth. His eyes were tightly shut, as if he had fainted. This scene was faintly discernible, causing the dazed crowd to suddenly wake up. They all sat up straight. Just as they were looking at the dark place with their eyes wide open and the countless squirming black tides, the huge eyeless face suddenly turned around, bang! An extremely dense black fog suddenly erupted from between Ming's eyebrows, causing Yun Nuoxing and Zero's expressions to change. The two of them jumped up almost at the same time and slapped Chu Yingzhen, Yao Hua, and the others who were sitting beside them. Their hands, which contained celestial power and time power, blasted out and collided with the black fog. The black fog was extremely weak. It had inexplicably emerged from between Ming's eyebrows, and the two of them tore it apart with a single palm strike. Not even dregs were left behind. However, such a big commotion immediately caused everyone to enter battle mode. Yu Er's demonic aura had already surged out. Don't be impatient. Don't be impatient. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand, indicating for everyone to calm down and not be impatient. At this time, Ming's eyebrows had already returned to normal. The latter's pretty face was fair and lustrous, and was not affected by the black fog. After carefully observing for a while with the celestial power, Yun Nuoxing was still a little worried. With a thought, 5 rings appeared behind her and slowly rotated behind her. Yun Nuashing gently made 2 hand seals and gathered the power of the natural order and the origin power of the divine body on her right index finger. Her slender finger instantly became as beautiful as a colorful jade. Biting his index finger, a drop of rainbow-colored blood condensed at the tip of his finger. Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuashing quickly pointed at the center of Ming Ming's eyebrows. With a horizontal stroke and a vertical stroke, he quickly drew a mark. With just a few strokes, everyone could feel a strange aura circulating in the surroundings. They could not help but turn their gazes. Coincidentally, they saw Yun Nuashing draw the longest horizontal stroke on the mark, piercing through it. After which, he opened his mouth slightly and an ethereal voice quietly sounded. "In my name, your life is under my control from now on. Without this God's order, no one can remove you from the world of the living." The ethereal voice seemed to come from a faraway place. It was faint and unexplainable. Everyone clearly saw that Ming was saying this sentence less than 3 meters away from them. However, in their hearts, they felt that this voice came from a very faraway place. It was like the voice of heaven or the voice of a god. When the voice fell, everyone felt a strange power enveloping Ming's body. It was as if some natural order had been changed. "Oh, a god's life oath. You're really willing to part with it?" Zero looked at Yun Nuashing strangely and smiled. There was a hint of surprise in his voice. What is this? What is a god's life oath?" When everyone saw that there was another situation to be explained, they did not care about the faint dizziness in their minds. They immediately jumped up and gathered around the two of them. They looked very curious. The gods established declaration, by modifying all the natural order of the world corresponding to her, will take effect unconditionally. It locks her life in the state of living. In this state, other than the person who made the declaration, no one can kill her. Well, the special case is, unless it's someone with a higher divinity than the two of us in this state, such as someone above the god level, they can still affect her. However, in this special case, the god who made the declaration will jump out to block the attack. To put it bluntly, as long as the idiot number 2 doesn't die, Ming won't die either. Zero shrugged. And in this case, no matter what threatens Ming's life, everything in the world will jump out to block the attack. Even if the probability of it happening is 0, it will still happen. This is the protection of the natural order, and I am the last layer of protection. Only the god can affect me. Yun Nuashing said softly. Then, she frowned and looked up at the sky. You all saw that image, right? I felt a very terrifying destructive power there. The girl's consciousness seems to be trapped in it seems to be drifting there and lost. I don't think she will be able to come back in a short time. I'm worried that something might happen to her. I feel a sense of danger. You and I might have to go all out in this world once. There is a very powerful enemy. Yun Nuashing looked at Zero solemnly. Her voice was very serious, causing the atmosphere to become slightly heavy. The latter nodded. Both of them thought of the same thing. At this moment, their expressions were very serious. Is it the person we saw in the image? Bing Er asked. Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment. Then, she put Ming's body into her spiritual world and shook her head. I don't know for now. The energy that leaked out is chaotic and violent. There is no such energy in the realm of the gods. No, there is. There is one type, the most mysterious type, Zero said. Everyone was stunned. There were 9 types of elements in the realm of the gods. Other than the elemental energy that had been modified by willpower, they couldn't think of any other type of energy that would look like this. It didn't have a definite form. It didn't look like a flame, nor did it look like it had a real form. It was very strange. Is it a type of energy that has been modified by willpower? Yao Hua pondered for a moment and said. Yun Nuashing shook her head. After being modified by willpower, the form of the original elemental energy will still be in it. If you break it up, you will still be able to feel the original elemental energy. I don't know what it is for now, it's very simple. all of your memories have been erased. I dare say that there are less than 1,000 people in the realm of the gods who still know about this. Moreover, these people have been passed down from the ancient era. They are from the same generation as the 9 deities temple. There should be people in the 9 deities temple who know about this as well. It's just that for safety reasons they didn't tell you. Zero sat down on the sofa and stretched. What is it? Everyone's curiosity was piqued. If Zero kept them in suspense, they would roll up their sleeves and beat him up. However, Zero didn't intend to keep them in suspense. First, he looked at Yuan Shi, Qin Yan, Nightmare, and Chu Yingzhan and smiled. Do you remember that you said you've heard of the Dark God Temple before? The 4 of them looked at each other and nodded. However, Chu Yingzhan couldn't help but say, I've heard of it before, but I'm not from the ancient era. I'm not even 100 years old yet. Zero shook his head and looked at Yao Hua and the others. What about the rest of you? Have you heard of the Dark God Temple before? Yao Hua and the others looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. After a while, they shook their heads. No, we haven't seen it in the astral library. The God King and the others didn't tell us about it either. The situation seemed to be out of his expectations. Zero was stunned for a moment. He looked at Chu Yingzhan strangely. That's strange. Well, maybe you've seen it before. There might be various reasons. Anyway, you only know the name now. This is a fact. Chu Yingzhan frowned and nodded. And then? The 9 temples have 10 temple masters. 9 of them are from the Temple of Elements. The remaining one is the chief temple master. This is what you know, right? In addition to the 9 temples, you also know about Lin Sheng some time ago. Zero looked at everyone. Everyone nodded. Yun Nuoshing shivered. Wait, I seem to have guessed something. Zero rolled his eyes and continued. Then have you ever thought about what the element of the Grand Hall Master, that is, the father of me and this idiot number 2 is? Everyone was stunned. If I tell you that there are actually 10 Temple of Elements, can you think of anything? Everyone was shocked. Could it be? I'll say it again. The Dark Temple is the 10th Temple of Elements. And from the beginning to the end, there is only one person in the entire temple. What do you think? Everyone was shocked. Everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale. They looked at each other and couldn't hide the astonishment in their eyes. The Dark Element. Yun Nuoshing whispered. The 10th element? Strange, how do I know this? He was stunned for a moment. It was as if a shackle had been unlocked in his mind. A feeling of enlightenment and enlightenment suddenly emerged. Everyone else also had the same feeling. When the words 10th element were mentioned, they were not shocked at all. Instead, they treated it as a very normal thing. It was as if they were just discussing how many elements there were in the realm of the god. What was there to be shocked about? It was just a moment before they were annihilated. Hey, that's strange. I suddenly remembered the Dark God Palace. Yuan Shi slapped his forehead. He blinked and said, The temple master of the Dark Temple and the entire temple has only one person, Forbidden God Quarter Moon. It belongs to the Temple of Element. It is the most special temple. In the entire God realm, there are less than 100 people who have the dark element. Moreover, this was in the ancient era, when the power of all elements was surging. At that time, people who had the light element were everywhere. It was far from being as precious as it is now. Let's talk about the explanation later. Why do you suddenly know about it? Now that I think about it, I seem to have seen it before in the astral library of the Divine Palace. Yao Hua jumped up in shock and quickly said. Zero glanced at everyone and sighed. Because this matter was erased by them on the level of the laws. The reason why I'm only bringing this up now is not because I want to keep it a secret. Based on the current situation, we're still not sure if it has anything to do with the dark element. The so-called void beast should be the energy that leaked out from the fragment. However, the dark element doesn't have such strange energy. But now we can confirm that the ninth fragment is the most important one. It should contain some of Father's power. No wonder it could grow legs and run away. After all, it's the carrier of power. The light element and the dark element mutually reinforce and counteract each other. The light element pursues extreme speed and surpasses the limit of the speed of light. The dark element pursues the other extreme, the power to break the laws and immerse oneself in the shadows, breaking away from the shackles of the laws and reaching a level that ordinary people can't do. Compared to the light element that the light element can do, the dark element can also do it. The possessor of the dark element will have a talent domain called the Shadow Realm. This domain can break the shackles of the laws and reach a state of lawlessness. However, at the beginning, this domain is estimated to be not much bigger than a grain of rice. Compared to the light element that can be slightly used by the celestial rank, the possessor of the dark element won't be able to do anything with the dark element unless they cultivate to the demigod rank. The power of the dark element makes it even more strange. Moreover, it's a type of element that leans towards chaos. Do you know that the moment the possessor of the dark element is born, the most dangerous thing is his mother, that is, his mother. If she isn't strong enough and accidentally encounters the mutation of the dark element and gives birth to the dark element, the mother will definitely not be able to withstand the chaotic destructive power of the dark element. That kind of ability to break the laws will immediately destroy the unprepared mother. Zero glided across the sky, causing everyone to feel a chill down their spines. Their faces were covered in cold sweat. Zero continued to speak faintly. The moment the dark element is born, its energy will overflow. The 100 possessors of the dark element that I know of are all dead when they are born. Oh, this sentence sounds like a curse, but it's the truth. Moreover, 90% of them have not grown to the point where they can use the dark element well. In the end, only Father himself has reached the level where he can use the dark element well. You see, it doesn't look like it. The power of the void beast has no laws, no order, and no form. The dark element has a form. It's a cloud of black fog, very similar to demonic aura. It's easy to mistake it, but that unique aura will not be mistaken. Although the dark element can break the laws, it doesn't have the power to change its own form. The laws themselves can't break their own laws, so I think that the power of the void beast is only 20% similar to the dark element. Back then, because of that incident, the power of the dark element was feared by everyone in the celestial realm. That kind of power that can break the laws almost challenged the authority of the god. Moreover, the impact of that incident was so great that it gradually became a thorn in people's hearts. The celestial realm, which had never been so united, seemed to have a common goal in an instant: to destroy the possessor of the dark element. Before Quarter Moon became a god, she was hunted by everyone in the celestial realm because of the dark element. Once she was discovered, it was normal for friends to become enemies. If it weren't for the 9 temples primogenitors who stayed by her side, Father probably wouldn't have been able to get through the most dangerous moment, and almost everyone in the celestial realm became his enemy. What's the matter? Everyone was a little curious. Although their instincts told them that this incident had great implications, they still couldn't help but want to know. The center of the divine prefecture. To be more specific, in the current location of the little divine prefecture, there was an emperor god who wielded the dark element. Zero swallowed hard, and his hands, which were crossed, could not help but clench a little. Yun Nuashing noticed this small movement. What happened back then must have affected him greatly. Even if it was just a remnant of his memory, he could still clearly feel that scene. That emperor god self-destructed, and the dark element that was released covered the entire divine prefecture. Not the little divine prefecture, but the divine prefecture, one of the 5 great zones. That incident caused at least 6 figures of the gods to fall, and countless people to die. Her casual words caused the temperature in the room to drop to freezing point. Chapter 869. It was a major disaster that covered the entire region. The god realm suffered heavy losses, and all the lives gathered in the divine land, including the demon world and the demon world, were seriously damaged. Although the people of the three realms stopped fighting because of it, the losses caused were no less than those caused by the high-level battle between the three races. The arrival of the demon world and the demon world attracted many experts from the god realm. The demon world was in the northern wasteland, while the demon world was in the southern plains. The rest of the territories belonged to the experts of the god realm. The battles continued, but there was no high-level battle. No one had the courage to put all their eggs in one basket. When so many experts gathered, the dark elemental god blew himself up. No one knew what exactly happened, but we know that it happened. The dark element that swept out covered the entire divine prefecture, and it was an extremely destructive dark element that was far more powerful than the power that the divine emperor could use. This element was very powerful when it was born, but the possessor couldn't control this power when he was born. It required many years of cultivation before he could obtain the powerful power of the dark element that he was born with. With the power of the divine emperor at that time, the dark element that it triggered was quite terrifying. Its rule-breaking characteristics made the dark element cover the entire divine prefecture in a second. At that time, there were many divine spirits, but not many divine gods. This incident directly led to the death of more than 100,000 divine spirits, and the death of trillions of lives. There was even a divine god who was carelessly injured, and the entire divine prefecture became a land of death. Moreover, it spread to the other four major regions, the devil realm and the demon realm. Everyone's faces were pale. Any one of these secrets from the primeval age was enough to make people's hearts tremble. How many people were there in the divine land? They did not know, but they knew that if even the heavenly gods were seriously injured, there should not be many lives left. 100 would be considered lucky. What happened after that? Yao Hua swallowed. Since the god realm still exists, it should be after that? The stupid father carried the spirit of saving the world and rushed to the divine land regardless of the dissuasion of the ancestors of the 9 deities temple. The latter had no choice but to follow. At that time, he was only an emperor god, not a god realm. Ling sighed faintly. You can guess what happened after that. The 10 of them suppressed all the dark elemental energy, but the energy was too powerful and had spread for some time. It was even harder to deal with. Quarter Moon could only control it within a certain range, which is now the Little Divine Land. There is a barrier outside the Little Divine Land, which was left behind by the dark elemental energy. That barrier covered the sky and blocked all communication between the outside and the inside, including energy. To enter the Little Divine Land requires complicated methods. Even Emperor God Realm would have to spend a lot of effort. And inside the divine land of the primeval age, Ling, the divine land of the primeval age, is inside the primeval world. I don't need I tell you the benefits primeval. The primeval age's heaven and earth was much more powerful than the heaven and earth of the present age. Hearing this, Lin Xing and the others were enlightened. No wonder the journey to the secret realm was so crazy about the 100 places to enter the Little Divine Land. It turns out that there was such a connection. What about Quarter Moon and the others? What happened after they controlled the dark elemental energy? Chu Yingzhan could not help but ask. Didn't I say just now? They were hunted down by the whole world. Ling rolled his eyes. Everyone was stunned. Huh? What happened? It was good that they solved the crisis of the dark elemental energy wreaking havoc in the divine land, but they were not grateful to Father because of it. Almost a second after the matter was resolved, they found out that he was also a possessor of the dark elemental energy and treated him like a living bomb. They were afraid that he would explode again and destroy the realm of the god. So, with the intention of defusing the bomb, in turn, they went after Quarter Moon and the others. At that time, they risked their lives to control the dark elemental energy that was about to spread throughout the realm of the god. Even the heavenly gods did not dare to pat their chests and say that they could solve it themselves. The power that broke the rules of the realm of the gods had exceeded the heavenly gods' ability to intervene. Yun Nuoshing sighed. If they had controlled the dark elemental energy when it first erupted, there would have been a way. But at that time it was spreading too quickly, and it was too late. Unless another possessor of the dark elemental energy intervened, there was basically no other way. You remembered? Ling looked at him in surprise. I thought you wouldn't think of it before you ate me. A little. When I was listening to you talk, my memory was stimulated a little. Yun Nuoshing nodded helplessly. After a while, everyone looked at him, and the expression on his pretty face became incomparably ferocious and twisted. If it were me, I would probably just stand by and watch. It's fine if this damned world is destroyed, but *CK, to burn the bridge after crossing the river, and to burn the bridge built by others. Everyone was shocked by his slightly dark expression. Thinking about it carefully, if they were in his shoes, they would have saved the world with great difficulty. Then, they would be treated as a hidden danger, and the whole world would come after them to deal with them. Thinking about it made them feel extremely uncomfortable. It would have been better if they had not saved the world in the first place, Daddy? Bing Air tugged at Yun Nuoshing's sleeve a little worriedly. Her blue-gold eyes flashed as she looked at him. Yun Nuoshing sighed and reached out to rub the girl's head. He shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I just remembered some things, and what I felt at that time came as well." Quarter Moon also regretted doing this back then. If he knew that something like this would happen, he would have rather pushed the matter and let it fester even more. He would have bathed the entire god realm in blood. That period of time after that was no different from hell. He was practically forced to stand on the opposite side of everyone. There were a few times when he was so paranoid that he almost treated the 9 patriarchs as his enemies. Ah, what a terrible memory. It was so terrible that I wanted to blow up the entire god realm on the spot. It was so disgusting. As he spoke, his expression darkened again. Everyone was shocked and looked at each other. Then, they realized that there was nothing they could do but sigh. This kind of thing was so melodramatic that it was disgusting. It was so disgusting that it made people's hair stand on end. The long period of darkness would eventually pass. Later, Father became a god, and the world did not even dare to let out a fart. An emperor god with the element of darkness had already caused a heavenly god to have a hard time. Who knows what a god level with the element of darkness would do? Zero laughed. The intensity of the explosion would be countless times greater, and the deterrence would be infinite. Everyone shuddered. They thought that the heavens were going to play the god realm to death. Yun Nuoshing said softly, "There's nothing after that." To be precise, we didn't remember anything. As for the disappearance of the element of darkness, it was caused by them. When Quarter Moon fell, the element of darkness was erased from the plane of laws. Zero continued. From then on, the god realm did not give birth to another person with the element of darkness. Even everything related to the element of darkness was erased from the world. It became a memory in everyone's heart, and it was a very vague memory. Even if it was mentioned, it would be ignored. This was to make the element of darkness a part of history. As for me, because I'm Quarter Moon's soul split, I inherited the heavenly god's characteristics, so I still remember the element of darkness. However, I can't say for certain things that were forgotten due to uncontrollable factors. Zero sighed and shook his head. And because I was the one who brought it up, this neglected state of cognition would quickly be removed. This is why you all suddenly remembered it. You were affected by the heavenly god's divine right. Although we can't control it freely now, a little of the heavenly god's divine right has leaked out. Once we bring it up, this kind of thing that has been erased from the plane of laws would quickly lose its shielding ability. Of course, this is only for you, not the whole world. Even if you go back and tell others about it, they wouldn't understand anything. All in all, this is what the heavenly God's divine right can do. It can erase the entire cognition from the plane of laws and make it a silhouette in everyone's heart, untouchable and unknowable. This level of influence can even affect the plane of laws and make it impossible to create another person with the element of darkness. After hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. The heavenly gods, they were indeed a group of terrifying guys. Well, I'm saying this because we suddenly feel a little threatened. If the void beast is really related to the element of darkness, we have to be more careful in the battle in the world of Leviathan. The celestials of the 5 elemental realms are already in a terrible situation. At this moment, we are not much stronger than them. When we fight, we have to control our energy. Our recovery speed is very slow in this place. Although your energy carriers are all solid, you still have to be very careful. Our opponent this time is not human, so our advantage is limited, Zero said. Yun Nuashing pulled her long colorful hair with her fingers. After a while, when she saw that everyone had quieted down, she raised her head and tapped between her eyebrows with her fingers. She pulled out a golden charm and casually threw it to everyone. This is used to recover energy. 1 charm can fully recover. Oh, you should have more than enough, so be careful. Don't stuff yourselves to death. Yuan Shi and Lin Xing, who were already familiar with these charms, laughed dryly. When they turned around and saw the confused look on the others' faces, they calmly introduced them to everyone. Ugh! I don't have any more. I've used up all my inventory. It'll take a long time to save up 1,000 charms. I haven't been able to get them all this time. Yun Nuashing scratched between her eyebrows in distress. She did not even keep her charms for herself. All right, don't worry. We're from the celestial realm. Nothing will happen to us. Chu Yingzhan casually patted Yun Nuashing's worried face. Then, she asked casually, "Oh, by the way, if the fragments are collected, are you going to eat them? Will you inherit the element of darkness?" Yun Nuashing and Zero froze. Everyone was stunned as well. The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. Yun, sorry for the long wait. I have a lot of things to arrange after the war. Oh, what's the matter? The door of the room was suddenly pushed open. Ivan and the other 4 squeezed into the room side by side. As soon as they opened their mouths to speak, they felt that the atmosphere in the room was not right. They could not help but be stunned. The 5 people who suddenly barged in dissipated the heavy atmosphere at once. Everyone quickly turned around and waved their hand. It's nothing. Is the situation very serious? Yun Nuashing quickly changed the topic. Ugh. It's not very serious. There are basically no casualties on the battlefield. With us here, even if the people died in battle, they will be resurrected very quickly, unless their souls did not escape. It's just that the matter of repairing the fortress is a little troublesome. It will take a lot of effort to remove the energy left behind by the void beast. Before it is completely removed, the buildings cannot be rebuilt. Ivan took 2 steps forward and casually pulled out a chair. He turned it around and sat down. He leaned on the back of the chair and said, "In short, the invasion this time has been resisted. The Holy Kingdom is also safe and sound." The invasion did not come from the same place? Yun Nuashing asked. In the world of Livian, the Holy Kingdom is the only place that humans have firmly defended. It's 10,000 miles long and 8,000 miles wide. The other places have already been established by the Void Beast. It's a shame to say that we once rushed into those places and wiped out all the Void Beasts. However, that did not stop the Void Beasts from continuing to appear. Old Man Charles sighed. Furthermore, if a large number of Void Beasts are wiped out in a short period of time, it will also cause the Void Beasts to gather. Depending on the number of Void Beasts that are wiped out, a gigantic Void Beast will eventually appear, similar to an existence of a general. The strongest Void Beast that has appeared so far has the same power as the 5 great divine beings. Well, that was also caused by a mistake. At that time, we had not yet grasped this pattern. Ivan laughed dryly and scratched his head. You mean the ones that we saw just now? The ones that gathered into a large group? Yun Nuashing asked. When they came down, they had already wiped out a large group of void beasts. After that, they saw the black fog gathering madly. He could feel a terrifying wave of energy coming from within, but that wave of energy was still brewing before it was destroyed by Zero. Ivan rolled his eyes. That thing is probably comparable to the strongest void beast that we have ever encountered. Fortunately, it was destroyed by you guys before it could appear. If it had survived, this Blood-Wing fortress would not have been able to hold on. There will be an invasion almost every day, big or small. There will be a large raid every half a month. Just like the scale just now, there are a total of 6 main passes in the Holy Kingdom, and there are also warriors of the Eldar race guarding those passes. It is already very difficult to hold the front line that is thousands of miles long. We have also tried to break into the gathering point of the void beasts, but the results were not great. Yun Nuashing muttered. He did not expect that this planet alone was already so serious. Counting that, there were still 12 planets plus a large headquarters, and there was also an unknown powerful lifeform there. Do you have a map? Yun Nuashing raised his head. Ivan nodded slightly. With a wave of his hand, a sphere appeared in the space in front of him. The sphere was basically black, but there was a bumpy area with other colors, like a spot branded on the surface of the sphere. Yun Nuashing understood at a glance that this was the last line of defense of the Holy Kingdom. It was less than 1/50th the size of Livian Planet. The other dark areas were occupied by the void beasts. Wherever they were, there would be black clouds. This huge black cloud enveloped the entire Livian Planet. This is where we are, the Blood-Wing Fortress. Ivan pointed at the intersection of the clean area and the black cloud, towards the south. Then, he pointed at the edge of the clean area. This way, the Southern Eagle Fortress, the Puling Fortress, the Black Feather Fortress. There are a total of 6 places, all of which are guarded. Yun Nuashing noticed that those places were all fortresses built beside mountains or cliffs. Ifan also knew this and said, in fact, the terrain has no effect on the void beast. They can hide their army and silently pass through the mountains. However, we have set up spirit light barriers in this area. The spirit light barriers have the power to automatically counterattack. The void beasts can't break through in a short period of time, and will even suffer a large number of casualties from the counterattack of the barriers. Moreover, it will notify us of where we have been attacked, and we will go forward to defend and encircle them. On this point, the void beasts have finally learned to be smart after attacking for 10,000 times. They no longer attack through the barriers, but chose to attack these passes. Is there any flaw in the spiritual light barriers? Yun Nuashing asked with a strange expression. If there aren't any restrictions, they shouldn't just form an incomplete circle without sealing it, right? The spiritual light barriers are used for positional warfare. They can borrow the power of the earth, mountains, forests, and other things to cover an area. The more complex the terrain is, or if there are strange things in the enclosed area, it can increase the might of the spiritual light barriers. If it is in the starry sky, it can create a space in the starry sky. However, there is almost nothing in these areas, so they naturally become gaps. It's not that they can't be set up, but rather that the spiritual light barriers can't borrow too much power. Even if they are set up, their defensive power won't be enough to defend against the invasion of the void beast. Ivan nodded and sighed. In fact, the spiritual light barriers in this area are also very weak. A general-class void beast can break through them without much effort. Thus, the majority of our troops are stationed at the Blood-Wing Fortress and the Black Feather Fortress. They are also guarding this line of defense. Ivan pointed at the area between the Blood-Wing Fortress and the Black Feather Fortress in the northeast. The terrain in this area wasn't as complicated as the other areas, so its defensive power was relatively weaker. Yun Nuashing nodded and turned to look at the large group of people. After thinking for a while, she looked at Ivan and said, "You see, our group can be divided into 6 groups to help you stabilize your position. If possible, we can also counterattack. As for general class void beasts, we also have our own methods to deal with them. Then, let's go to the Black Feather Fortress." Lin Xing stretched out his hand and pointed at the northeastern area. Then, he looked at Shui Lingfeng and smiled. "Senior Shui, you guys can split into groups to guard another area." "Okay, Wen Yao, there's something to do." Shui Lingfeng nodded with a smile. The black-haired youth beside him rolled his eyes. "Then, let's go to the Guanlin Fortress at the top." Yao Hua pointed at the sphere. "Let's go to the Southern Eagle Fortress," Shui Ling said softly. "Leave the Pu Ling Fortress in the northwest to us. Mr. Yun, you guys can guard the Blood Wing Fortress." Jun Luo looked at Yun Nuashing with a smile and said, "Okay, no problem. You guys be careful." Yun Nuashing nodded. "Okay." Everyone responded softly. Then, their figures flashed and they suddenly disappeared from the room, leaving Ivan and the others who hadn't reacted yet. After a while, the slightly crowded room suddenly became empty. Only Yun Nuashing and the other 9 people were still standing there. Ivan and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just like that, it was decided so easily? Don't worry. Although they are a bit messy and occasionally act without thinking, they are still teammates worth trusting. Yun Nuashing gave Ivan a thumbs up, revealing a smile that signaled him to be at ease. "Forget it. I don't care about you guys anymore." Ivan and the others looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. Charles looked at Xianya and said, "Xianya, go and tell the other 5 fortresses that reinforcements are coming. Let them be mentally prepared and don't be scared." Xianya nodded and her delicate body flashed and disappeared. She is used to send messages? Yun Nuashing saw that this woman named Xianya was always ordered to send messages and couldn't help but have a strange expression. More or less. She is a wind spirit god and is faster than us. Well, although we can just go to the city center and send a long-distance message, we are still used to having her help. Charles grinned. Yun Nuashing and the others looked at each other for a while and said in unison, "Isn't she silent?" Ivan and the others stared blankly for a moment before suddenly reacting. "Damn. Then how does she send messages every time? And every time, she sends them to the right place." Yun Nuashing suddenly felt that the Blood Wing Fortress might be finished. Chapter 870. Perhaps it was caused by their random thoughts, or perhaps it was just a coincidence. When the group of people dispersed and Yun Nuashing and the others were chatting, Ozier's long silver hair suddenly stood up and emitted a golden and silver light, which made everyone stunned. However, what made Yun Nuashing and the others even more stunned was what she said. "The spirit guide has detected a large number of void beasts gathering. The number is unknown. The first spirit guide has been destroyed. Initial estimation is that there are more than 10,000 of them." Ozier's golden eyes flashed. She looked at Ivan and Yun Nuashing and the others seriously and said, "We only have half an hour to prepare." Wow, one wave after another. I can feel their energy waves too. I'm afraid there are more than 100,000 of them. The ground is shaking. Zero exclaimed. His golden eyes seemed to be able to see through the wall and look outside. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone felt a tremor like an earthquake. The ground was shaking violently as if countless heavy objects were rolling over from afar. "How can it be so fast? It's never been like this," Ivan murmured seriously. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Yun Nuashing and the others pointing at themselves helplessly. Ivan immediately understood. It was probably because they killed a general tier void beast as soon as they came down, which stimulated the void beast. Anyway, it was an inexplicable reason. Who knows? There was a soft knock on the door. Before the person outside the door could speak, Ivan responded, "We already know. Those who can still move, hurry up and prepare a defensive line." Those who are lightly injured, support them from the rear. As for those who can't move, at least let them use their psychic energy. Don't let the void beasts take advantage of the situation. If we can't stop them this time, the Blood-Wing Fortress will be finished. Yes, God. The person outside answered loudly. Then, there was a series of hurried footsteps that gradually faded away. Well then, let's move out. After all, we were the ones who lured them out. Yun Nuoxing stretched and smiled. Chu Yingzhan and the others nodded. Chu Yingzhan habitually looked at Ivan and was stunned for a moment. Then, she said with a strange expression, "Aren't you going to take down Little Purple Soul first?" "What?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Chu Yingzhan pointed at his back helplessly. Yun Nuoxing found a mirror and turned it around. Then, he saw Little Purple Soul grabbing his colorful hair and tying it into a knot. Little Purple Soul hung herself on his back, and then fell asleep. Everyone's expression turned slightly strange when they saw this. Yuanshi couldn't help but say, "He's become a professional stay-at-home dad, Yun Nuoxing. I hit you? No wonder my hair felt. This girl. Forget it. Let's not care about her. Let's go." Yun Nuoxing shrugged and walked out of the room. Her colorful hair swayed. Only the tied Little Purple Soul was still hanging on his back. Everyone looked at this scene strangely and hurriedly followed behind. After coming out of the lounge, he could already see that the Colossus of the Blood-Wing Fort was in operation at this moment. Everyone inside was hurriedly running on the streets or flying in the sky, carrying weapons, shields, and energy stones. They were hurriedly delivering supplies to the city walls. The city walls that had been damaged in the previous battle had already been completely repaired. It had been less than 4 hours since the end of the battle. The walls are being repaired quite quickly. Nightmare couldn't help but comment. Everyone was speechless. Yes, after all, this wall would break down every few days. There are spirit runes in the wall that can better resist the void beast. Every time a battle ends, the first thing they do is repair the wall. The people's wall repair skills are improving day by day. Last time, it took 4 hours. Not bad, not bad, there's a breakthrough. Ivan nodded continuously with a proud expression on his face. Yun Nuoxing and the others were speechless. How was he so rich? Fight! Fight! The tense atmosphere along the way was almost completely cleared up by Yu alone. While everyone was lowering their heads and nervously preparing, she was the only one who was cheering because she could fight. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. Why didn't he know that this girl loved fighting so much? Yun Nuoxing patted Yuer's head and said softly, "Be careful. The enemies this time are quite powerful. They are not the defenseless wraiths we saw in the Sealed Skies land." Yes, yes, yes. Yuer will be careful. Then, she will do her best to kill the enemies. Brother Yun, don't worry. Yuer giggled and jumped into Yun Nuoxing's arms. There was an uncontrollable smile on her face, and Little Moon couldn't help but sigh. A few minutes later, Yun Nuoxing and the rest arrived at the city wall. The golden barrier was the defensive barrier that covered half of the mountain range. At this moment, a black line appeared at the end of the basin that was blasted out by Yun Nuoxing's group. Everyone looked into the distance. At the end of the horizon, there was a black wave. Those grotesque and even disgusting void beasts were surging towards the Blood-Wing Fortress with an imposing aura. The black wave stretched out for several thousand meters. Countless disgusting black creatures had liquid-like black energy flowing from their large mouth. When the liquid dripped onto the ground, it turned into gas and spread out. That endless army numbered more than 10,000. At a glance, there were at least 1 million, or even 10 million. The endless void beasts were rampaging without any order. In the black wave, other than those 3 to 4 meter tall ordinary void beasts, there were also many void beasts that were over 10 meters tall. They formed a horizontal line and walked with heavy steps like the city wall. Perhaps it was wrong to say that they were walking because they didn't have legs. They were dragging their bodies along the ground. At the very back of this army, there was a huge void beast that was over 100 meters tall. It was like a mountain, and its body was surging with black gas. Its large mouth was open, and it spat out black gas that was like clouds and mist. Every time the army moved, the earth would tremble slightly. It was really a scene of thousands of soldiers and horses galloping. As they moved, the thick black clouds in the sky also pressed down. Black clouds are pressing down on the city, and the city is about to be destroyed. At most, there are 10 minutes left before the battle begins. Zero whistled and said leisurely, "Oh, great spiritual god Osier, your spirit guide seems to be wrong. I have already said that you should help those little fellows who don't have intelligence to be enlightened." The extremely handsome spirit race guy stroked his messy hair, and his cheeks twitched slightly. Tisk. Osier smacked her lips, glanced at him, and then turned her head. "All right, now is not the time to argue. If we can't stop this wave, the Bloodwing Fortress will be finished. The reinforcements from the Holy Empire behind us will also. Cynthia, why don't you go and call for reinforcements first? There are hundreds of generals and one general. This is going to be a tough fight," Ivan said. Cynthia shook her head, flicked her long silver hair, and said faintly, "No soldiers, open the battle line." Everyone was stunned for a moment. The handsome guy jumped up in shock. "Damn!" Cynthia spoke. As soon as his voice fell, Osier slapped him away with her shoe, and then coughed dryly. Cynthia also spoke. "It seems that the situation this time is serious. In other words, the same thing happened to the other 5 fortresses. The void beasts suddenly invaded, and the Holy Empire sent all their troops. The 5 fortresses are probably in a tight situation, and they are unable to send reinforcements. Moreover, with the suppression of the black fog, the spiritual communication sent to the spirit realm is also suppressed, and they are isolated. It seems that this is going to be a tough fight." "How did you get so much information from those 6 words?" Yun Nuashing was surprised. "Ahem. It seems that we have to rush out and kill around." Ivan coughed dryly, rolled his eyes, and was about to jump down from the city wall with his team. "Tsk, wait, there is no hurry." Zero pulled Ivan back, smiled, and pointed at Yun Nuashing, who was doing stretching exercises, and said with a smile, "The main force said that he wants to fire the first shot." "Huh!" Ivan was stunned. Without giving them too much time to be stunned, Yun Nuashing finished stretching. With a light shout, she waved her right hand, and the 8-meter-long sun god bow appeared in her hand. Yun Nuashing took a light breath, pinched the bowstring with her slender fingers, and pulled the sun god bow into a half-moon shape. Colorful energy with the power of heaven and earth gathered on the sun god bow, condensing into a blurry crystal arrow a few meters long. Yun Nuashing raised her body, pointed the bow at an angle to the sky, and with a light shout, the crystal arrow burst out with a sharp whistling sound as it cut through space. The rainbow-colored crystal arrow shot into the sky and suddenly exploded, splitting into tens of thousands of thin rainbow-colored energy arrows. They pierced through the dark clouds with overwhelming momentum, opening countless holes in the dark clouds, and pierced into the bodies of the void beasts. It was as if rainbow-colored energy was raining down. Yun Nuashing opened her eyes and looked for a while, then stretched out her right hand, snapped her fingers, and grinned. "Burn!" Boom! A chuckle sounded like a battle cry. On the other side of the horizon, an astonishing rainbow-colored energy storm suddenly appeared. Several energy tornadoes that were tens of thousands of feet long rose into the sky. Huge energy shockwaves turned into visible white lines that swept out, blasting countless void beasts into nothingness. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. Those void beasts that were more than 10 meters long were also swept into the energy storm. Their bodies burned with terrifying rainbow-colored energy flames, but they didn't instantly collapse. The large holes that had been blasted open in their bodies were repaired by the black mist in a few breaths of time, and they were restored to their original state. As for the general-level void beasts, they turned a blind eye and directly passed through the energy storm, not being affected at all. A perfect attack. Ivan praised without holding back. A large number of the small ones died, and 4 or 5 of the small generals died. As for the general level, you didn't let it come out that day, but this one has taken form, and it won't be so easy to break. Is that so? Yun Nuoshing pursed his lips. Then I'll do it again. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw him snap his fingers again. A faint energy aura was contained in this snap, and it caused the space to vibrate slightly. Everyone was stunned, and they felt that the world was suddenly rumbling. Yun Nuoshing gave a thumbs up, and his index finger pointed to the horizon, while his other 3 fingers curled up. As he snapped his fingers, the energy storm suddenly dissipated, and the energy that filled the air suddenly changed direction, and all the energy flowed into the ground like a trickle. The colorful energy contained the light element, and almost in an instant, all the energy gathered to form an incomparably huge colorful array formation that covered an area of thousands of meters. How did you use an array formation like this? Chu Yingzhan looked at the huge array formation that appeared in shock, and her jade-like hand pinched Yun Nuoshing's waist behind her back as she muttered, "Bang!" Instead of answering her, Yun Nuoshing let out a chuckle, and the world suddenly trembled. A terrifying destructive power descended from the sky, and even the space was trembling. The aura of the power of the stars spread wildly in the air, and this time, he didn't need to say anything. Everyone knew what he was using, and they all raised their heads in unison. When Ivan and the others saw that everyone had raised their heads, they also raised their heads, and then they saw in the sky, it was clearly daytime, but an incomparably brilliant star had appeared. The cross-shaped starlight was extremely dazzling, and the moment everyone raised their heads, it suddenly exploded. It was like an eternal light, and it transformed into an extremely pure azure pillar of light that fell from the sky. The enormous pillar of starlight that was tens of thousands of meters tall fell to the ground with a destructive power. The wildly surging power of the stars exploded into several halos on the pillar of light, and an unparalleled shock wave swept out from it. The earth collapsed with a loud bang, and with the huge pillar of light as the epicenter, the earth that had already turned into a basin was almost blasted into the ground. The azure pillar of light was like a huge beacon erected between heaven and earth, and at this moment the entire Livian world trembled. Long live the Spirit God! The Spirit God is invincible and invincible! The people of Blood Wing Fort were dumbfounded as they looked at this beam of light. Suddenly, an earth-shattering shout burst out from the crowd. Moreover, this shout couldn't be stopped. Countless people were madly shouting towards the sky. Gradually, this shout turned into a crazy wave. It almost scared the group of people on the city wall. Whoa! What a big commotion! Yao Hua and Lin Xing, who were far away on the horizon, also saw this terrifying pillar of starlight. They couldn't help but sigh. Yun Nuoshing unleashed her ultimate attack so quickly, which put a lot of pressure on them. Those void beasts clearly didn't have much intelligence. They didn't show any signs of defense when they were bombarded by the arrow rain, and this time, when Starfall was unleashed. They just charged forward with all their might, using their powerful bodies to resist the energy. At this moment, they had a taste of the bitter consequences of using this method to resist external forces. The moment the huge beam of starlight bombarded them, almost the entire army of void beasts was completely drowned. Hiss! Even Ivan sucked in a breath of cold air. The few of them looked at Yun Nuoshing in shock. Just as they were about to say something, they saw the latter's long hair gradually turning white while maintaining the starlight pillar. They were stunned again. Is he okay? Feeling Yun Nuoshing's vitality fading away, Osier asked worriedly. It's nothing. Don't be nervous. He knows what he's doing. Zero smiled and waved his hand. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the tyrannical pillar of starlight suddenly trembled and disappeared. At this time, Yun Nuoshing's long hair was only left with less than 1/5 of its original color. This movement used almost all of his strength again. Fortunately, he didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, he would probably be lying on the ground right now. After the pillar of starlight disappeared, the scene on the other side of the horizon appeared again. Everyone hurriedly looked over, and then collectively sucked in a breath of cold air. The land that had already turned into a basin was directly blasted into a huge magma pit. The army of void beasts that were covered by the huge pillar of starlight, except for the general-level behemoth, were all wiped out. They're all dead. Chu Yingzhan was stunned. Before everyone could rejoice for a second, a black spatial rift more than 100 meters tall suddenly opened behind the general-class void beast. Everyone was stunned when they saw this, and an ominous premonition surged in their hearts. In the black spatial rift, the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground came with a loud bang, accompanied by the sound of rattling chains. Then, 2 huge void beasts staggered out of it. Black tides surged out of the spatial rift, ranging from 3 to 4 meters long to more than 10 meters long. Moreover, the number this time was several times larger than the previous one. F***CK. F***CK, is there an end to this? Ivan's eyes widened in shock. He had never heard of such a way of replenishing his strength. They're probably coming from the main nest planet. There are so many of them, Zero exclaimed. He looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was rolling her eyes vigorously, and said with a smile, "Looks like you've provoked them. They're going to fight you to the death." "What does it have to do with me?" Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. How could they fight such a shameless way of fighting? His starfall didn't kill the general-class void beast. Of course, it was also because he didn't use his full strength. But now there were 2 more panting. Yun Nuoxing wiped the cold sweat on her forehead and raised her hand. "Let me try again." Before she could finish speaking, Yun Nuoxing was pulled back. Turning around, he saw Zero holding onto his arm with a smile and shaking her head at him. "Recover. Let us do it. Boss, why don't you take a break? We're here for you. Even your AoE skills have cooldowns," Nightmare chuckled. "Go and rest." Qin Yen stared at Yun Nuoxing and said very straightforwardly. Yun Nuoxing shook his slightly dizzy head. Clearly, he knew that he was nearing his limit. Without saying anything, he nodded to everyone, took 2 steps back, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes to rest. Cough, cough. "All right, we need to move around too. Osir, help Yun recover." Ivan nodded. After all, this was their battle. They didn't intend to stand by and watch Yun Nuoxing and the others use skills one after another. After giving the order, they began to accumulate power. Osir nodded and placed her hand on Yun Nuoxing's shoulder. Mei Mao closed her eyes slightly, and a golden energy slowly flowed into Yun Nuoxing's body, replenishing the energy he had consumed, including his life force. This was the first time he truly felt the power of the 5 elemental realms god race. It was incomparably holy. It was the same as Shire and the others' power. It purified impurities and was very effective in healing. Other than the fact that it was much weaker, it was almost the same as Ming's holy power. "Thank you." Yun Nuoxing smiled gently. Osir also smiled back. Mei Mao looked at the approaching battle line in the distance and frowned slightly. Chapter 871. On the vast battlefield, black energy and golden light wantonly flew everywhere. Countless black void beasts rushed over from the horizon like a tide. The 300-meter-tall black beasts were like fortresses, slowly dragging their bodies. The spatial crack had already closed, and the countless void beasts that came with it caused everyone to be badly battered. Yun Nuoxing threw out 2 big moves at the beginning to kill countless void beasts, but now it was equivalent to fighting for nothing. Yun Nuoxing's scalp tingled as he looked at the vast black waves below the city wall. His original plan was quite good. After killing the small minions with 1 or 2 moves, there would only be 1 big one left. Even if he was exhausted, the others could swarm up and kill it. Now, even though he was exhausted, the number of enemies on the other side did not decrease at all, and there were even 2 more big ones. On the battlefield, the eyes of Ivan, Zero, and the others had turned red. They had exerted all their strength to forcefully block the black waves behind the golden light barrier. Due to the addition of Zero and the others, the black waves were pushed back a few times. Those small void beasts couldn't even reach the front of them. Even the 10-meter-tall junior general class void beast was easily knocked down by the joint attack of 2 or 3 people. As for the general class void beast, it was still staggering in the distance. By the time all the small void beasts were killed, the 3 big ones would also reach the golden light barrier. By then, the Bloody Wing Fortress would have to be abandoned. There was no reinforcements in the sudden all-out war in the Livian world. Ivan and the others only had these forces at hand. Not only them, but the other 5 fortresses were also in the same situation. The Holy Kingdom had already emptied their own defense and put all their combat power into the frontline battle. If they could not hold on, it was only a matter of time before they were destroyed. Nightmare smashed a large number of void beasts with a crazy claw. Her whole body was emitting billowing demonic aura. She slapped out a huge palm print that was hundreds of meters long, destroying a large number of void beasts. Then, she clashed with the general-level void beasts a dozen times and quickly killed them with the help of the others. Beside her, a beautiful figure emitting an even stronger demonic aura laughed wildly while killing, which made everyone blush with shame. After fighting against the tide of void beasts for a long time, Nightmare took a deep breath, and a ferocious giant claw condensed from demonic aura split a general-level void beast in half. The claw suddenly disappeared, and Nightmare shouted, "The defense line can't be expanded anymore. Retreat. Shrink. Spiritual shooters. Cut off the path of retreat. Release all your spiritual power and save it for a big one." Ivan swept away a large number of void beasts in front of him and roared to the rear. When Yun Nuashing heard this shout, she couldn't help but lower her head and withdraw her gaze from the horizon. Nightmare and the others were moving together to shrink the defense line back to the entrance of the mountain range. It was relatively narrow there, and it was easy to fight the enemy. Although it was good to expand the defense line, it was easy to attack and difficult to defend. The black tide showed no signs of stopping. It was very difficult for them to stop the void beasts outside. There were enemies in all directions, and the whole battlefield seemed to be filled with energy flying everywhere. Sometimes they were worried that they would be knocked down by the energy of their own people. The fighting style of Ivan and the other Spirit Clan members was an eye-opener for Yun Nuashing. The golden light on their bodies belonged to the divine power. It could expel evil spirits when fighting and heal when defending. Perhaps it was because of the different branches of the divine race, the attributes of their divine power were also different. Cynthia's divine power was more of a wind attribute. When she attacked, the air around the battlefield was controlled by her. Although Ivan and the others didn't show that they were using any elements or attributes of heaven and earth, their fighting style was also different. Charles, the middle-aged man, seemed to be more of a support on the battlefield. When the golden light on his body shone on them, all of them were full of vitality. Even the warrior who seemed to be too weak to stand up to a gust of wind was able to display a power that was far beyond his imagination. With a single slap, he sent a void beast flying. Without the power to deal large-scale damage, this battle has become a stalemate. When the 3 general-class void beasts get close to the Bloodwing Fortress, it will be difficult to deal with them. Oshel stood beside Yun Nuashing, trying her best to restore the latter's strength. Her voice was a little serious. The defense line of the Leviathan world has not shrunk to what it is now. Many fortresses have been destroyed by the general-class void beasts. Even for us, it is not easy for a squad to take out one general-class void beast. Now there are 3 of them. Looking at the serious expression on Oshel's beautiful face, Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment. Then he smiled. "It's okay. I can almost use my full strength in one strike. According to my calculations, killing a general-class void beast should not be a problem." Hearing that, Oshel shook her head. Her golden eyes looked at Oshul seriously. You can't kill so many of them at once. By then, a void beast that is stronger than a general-class void beast might appear. Oh, I forgot that you have the power to deal with a void beast that has not appeared yet. Oshul smiled and shook her head. She clearly remembered the general-class void beast that had not appeared yet after Zero's one strike. With that in mind, Oshul turned Mei Mao to the ground and led everyone to retreat. Zero, who was standing at the front of the line like an iron wall, blinked. His power is time? You recognize it? Yun Nuoshing nodded. Zero's power is time. To put it simply, he is the incarnation of time. He can control a large amount of time flow. However, if he fights for a long time, he will easily use up the time flow. He is also very fragile. A small void beast can send him flying with a single slap. Chu Yingzhan is earth and wind. That crazy girl. Well, this place does not lack her energy, so we can skip her. The others are just what they look like on the surface. Yun Nuoshing pointed at his companions on the battlefield. Then he looked at his half-recovered long hair and said, As for me, you can treat it as if I have the power to control all energy. I just don't know if I can borrow your power. Oshul blinked and took a breath. A very magical power. But it is also very dangerous. Your power is related to the ability to devour energy. Although you have only used 2 moves, it is enough for me to see that. If you do not control it well, you can easily devour yourself. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He did not expect her to be able to see through his power so quickly. However, when he thought that the other party was a god, it did not seem strange that she could see through his power. As for the last sentence, he just smiled and said, Don't worry. The ability to devour energy is only part of it. If it is only this, then I will consider whether my energy is safe or not. If the divine physique of receiving soul could only devour energy, then there was nothing magical about it. Looking at the divine realm and even the 8 elemental realms, there were countless special life forms and physiques with this kind of power. However, this was only a small feature of the divine physique of receiving soul. Oshul saw that he did not seem to be joking, so she nodded and did not say anything more. She focused on helping him recover his power. Is it okay if you don't help? Although it was good to have someone to help him recover his power, Yun Nuoshing felt that it would not be a problem if he did not help him for a while. He had brought several energy carriers with him, so he did not have to worry about not being able to recover his power. His golden eyes looked towards the chaotic battlefield. Countless void beasts were flying about. Golden and various colored energies were the only light spots within the black waves, burning for a long time without extinguishing. Far in the distance, the 3 commander-rank void beasts were currently crossing the gigantic basin with destructive momentum. It wouldn't take long for them to reach the front of the spiritual light barrier. A single slap from them would be enough to shatter this frail barrier, and the Blood Wing Fort behind would be in imminent danger. My power is more suitable for healing and purifying in the rear than fighting head-on, Oshul said softly. Yun Nuoshing said, Oh, so she is a nanny. Captain thinks that Yun's power may be the turning point of this battle. If I'm not there, the front line will be under a lot of pressure, so... Oshul's voice stopped abruptly. She looked at him awkwardly and accidentally said it. Haha, it's okay. It's a very correct judgment. Anyway, I'm just a mobile fortress. My power is suitable for large-scale battles. Sometimes I can use all my power in one attack. A long battle is a nightmare for me. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. A single attack is enough to turn the tide. Seeing that he did not care about it, Oshul put away her awkward expression and nodded. Well, I can also give you some help now. Yun Nuoshing stretched and waved his hand. He whispered to Zero, Ivan, and the others, I'm going to set up a magic circle. Don't get excited. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Nightmare was the first to react. He laughed and said, It should have been here long ago. Hurry up. Throw it out as soon as possible. I can still fight my way out. Yun Nuoshing shrugged and said, after using the external energy circuit of the artifact has to seal itself for a while. Otherwise, the core will be burned. The seal will only last for 1 or 2 days. I can't use it during this time, so I forgot about it. As he explained, Yun Nuoshing took out the magic circle book and opened it in his hand. He glanced at it and stroked it twice. Although he was not familiar with the power of will, the power of rules, which was 1 level higher than the power of will, was obviously stronger. Using the power of rules to activate the magic circle in the magic circle book could make it stronger and more accurate. Go! Yun Nuoshing shouted and threw the magic circle book high into the sky. After a while, the magic circle book reached the highest point and then shook violently. Buzz! A magic circle that was tens of millions of feet wide opened in the sky, covering an area. As soon as the complex and mysterious magic circle appeared, the dark clouds in the sky trembled and showed signs of retreating. This gorgeous scene stunned everyone below. The huge range directly covered the sky above the Black Feather Fortress. Countless people were stunned. Don't be nervous. This is our friend's movement. It will be amplified in the magic circle, although I don't understand how this magic circle amplifies it. Lin Xing patted a man in heavy golden armor beside him and said with a smile. When the man heard this, he looked at the sky strangely and then looked at Lin Xing. Finally, he nodded. It was not just the Black Feather Fortress. This huge magic circle almost covered the entire Holy Kingdom. If the center point was in the center of the magic circle, it would really cover the whole place. However, even if it was spread out in the Bloodwing Fortress in the south, there were still 4 fortresses that saw this terrifying movement. The 2 fortresses in the north were a little unlucky because they were far away. Little star. Little star. The magic circle is a little bigger, a little bigger. We can all see the edge. This is not fair. Mr. Yun. We also want to be amplified. Yao Hua, Jun Luoyi, and the others in the north also saw the huge magic circle. However, they were a little depressed when they saw that the magic circle did not extend over. They immediately shouted in their souls. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and gently waved his hand. The gigantic magic circle in the sky began to revolve, gradually expanding in size and moving towards the north slightly. After a while, after receiving confirmation from Yao Hua and the others, it moved a little more. Only after confirming that the 6 fortresses were covered did he stop the changes to the magic circle. Just moving and expanding the range of the magic circle was not too difficult. After all, the magic circle in the 12th-step formation book was already very high level. He looked at the gigantic magic circle and saw that it was at least a god-level heaven restriction or even a god restriction. Of course, its range was not limited to a mere 10 million zhang. If he really wanted to expand it to the limit, Yun Nuoshing could make it cover a range of 10 billion li. However, he would have to expend some effort to maintain the magic circle. After all, the range was too large. The energy in this world was probably not enough for it to absorb just by relying on the formation book's external energy circuit. When the magic circle expanded, he could clearly feel the energy density of the world drop by a level. Yun Nuoshing blinked and raised his head to look at the gigantic magic circle. Not long after it was in place, the magic circle began to revolve. Brilliant golden light descended with particles of light, filling every inch of space. 6 gigantic pillars of golden light landed on the 6 fortresses. Within the boundless divine energy, there was a faint hymn that sounded like the singing of angels. It was incomparably holy. The black clouds trembled slightly after coming into contact with the golden light, wanting to push it away. The countless void beasts below all paused because of the golden light. The entire army seemed to move in slow motion. Even the surging black aura on their bodies was suppressed to the point of shrinking. The black aura released in the air was directly incinerated into nothingness by the golden flames. On the other hand, on the human side, after being illuminated by the golden light, a layer of transparent golden armor appeared on everyone's body. The energy in their bodies turned into even purer divine energy that gushed out. Every one of their eyes shone with brilliant golden light like two suns. They looked as if they had been injected with chicken blood as they roared and charged towards the front lines. Even Ivan and Zero were no exception. The energy in their bodies was ignited by the golden light. Phew! I can feel the demonic aura burning. My strength has more than doubled. I suddenly feel like going all out. Nightmare roared at the sky. With a loud boom, demonic aura mixed with divine energy gushed out in all directions. His body swelled up and his clothes exploded. Yuan Shi, who was beside him, was caught off guard and sent flying by his explosive aura. You better watch out. Yuan Shi got up from the ground with a dark expression. He patted the dust off his body and glared at Nightmare. What a pure divine energy! This level of divine energy is comparable to that of the 5 great spiritual gods. Ivan could not help but praise. He picked up the holy sword in his hand and rushed out while shouting. Yun Nuoshing stretched out his hand and caught the light particles as if he was catching snowflakes. He raised his head and looked at the golden light that dyed the azure formation golden. He couldn't help but laugh. This is a bit of a lucky hit. Oh, it's the divine domain. The domain magic circle is a rare thing. The golden holy light can strengthen one's own people and weaken the enemy's power. It's the same level as the star-marked domain of the star's forbidden domain. The two have similar effects, but this one has the effect of expelling negative effects and expelling filth. Yun Nuoshing and Osier were stunned by the faint laughter. They turned around and saw Zero sitting on the city wall with her blonde hair fluttering in the wind. She was swinging her legs and smiling at them. Looking at her calm expression, Yun Nuoshing took a breath and asked, "Are you out of time?" "Hey, I'm out. The fight was too fierce." Zero kept nodding, which made Osier stumble and almost fall off the city wall. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and ignored the fact that Zero could still laugh in such a bad situation. Her colorful eyes looked at the 3 black mountains in the distance. Zero saw her frown slightly and could not help but laugh. "Those 3 big guys are not easy to deal with. How do you plan to deal with them?" "How do I deal with them?" Yun Nuoshing glanced at him. She felt that she had almost fully recovered under the divine domain. She took a deep breath and pulled her hand. The Netherworld Ruins sword shot out and quickly merged with the Linghong sword and the lunar platform. "Of course, I'll cut them down." Seeing this, Zero waved his hand and signaled Osier to stay away. Osier was stunned for a moment. When she saw Yun Nuoshing also signaling to her, she quickly jumped off the city wall and ran to the front line to help the soldiers recover their strength. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. The wriggling ball of light in her hand suddenly shattered. A huge sword that was more than 1 meter long pierced out of it. On the long sword, which was a mixture of purple black and blue gold, the silver runes were wriggling like living creatures. With the appearance of the divine sword, there was a terrifying destructive energy that was close to annihilation. The space around the divine sword was constantly twisting and collapsing. It was as if the entire space structure had become unstable. The 2-colored aura kept jumping in the divine sword. The dazzling light made Zero squint his eyes involuntarily. "Don't use too much strength. If you break the balance of this world, we will have to fix it," Zero reminded her. "That's why I fused 3 god weapons, isn't it?" Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and raised the 3-meter-long divine sword above his head with one hand. A beam of purple-black and blue-gold light soared into the sky. In the sky, a brilliant golden light fell from the magic circle and shone on Yun Nuoshing, dyeing his whole body golden. The energy in the golden light, along with all the energy in the world, quickly rushed toward the divine sword. "Ah, Big Brother is going big. Big Brother is going big." Before the energy was fully charged, a childish laughter startled Yun Nuoshing and Zero. The latter quickly turned around and saw that little purple soul, who was hanging on his hair, had woken up and was still struggling to get out of his hair. Little purple soul, be good. Little purple soul, be good. Let's not play around. Your idiot brother is fully focused. Seeing Yun Nuoshing's face twitching, Zero quickly jumped down from the city wall and scooped little purple soul out of the pile of hair. She then pulled her a little further away. Yes, yes, little purple soul is very good. Little purple soul nodded vigorously, then turned around and tangled with Zero's long blonde hair, causing the latter to cry out in surprise. Yun Nuoshing did not look at Zero, who was being tortured by little purple soul. He concentrated all his energy into the divine sword. Magic circles of several meters long emerged from his body and slowly moved along his body to the blade of the divine sword. The gathered energy was all turned into a terrifying destructive force by the magic circles. Under the stimulation, the purple-black and blue-gold light beams slowly turned dark purple, As soon as the destructive force appeared, the Protoss, who had close ties with this world, were the first to react. Even the Protoss from the other fortresses were stunned for a moment. They quickly focused their attention on the top of the city wall of the Blood Wing Fortress. The divine sword in Yun Nuoshing's hand emitted a destructive force that caused a layer of cold sweat to appear on their foreheads. Ivan, little star is going big. Hurry up and retreat. This thing can't differentiate between friend and foe. When Yuanshi saw Yun Nuoshing raising the divine sword, he was so excited that he did not care about anything else. He slapped the beast of nothingness away and screamed as he pulled Yu and Little Moon, who were already fighting, away from the battlefield. When he turned around and ran, ignoring the beast of nothingness behind him, Chu Yingzhan and the others naturally did not stand there stupidly. Everyone knew how powerful Yun Nuoshing's attack was. Therefore, even though Ivan and the others had only seen it twice, they decisively turned around and ran. As they ran, they did not forget to erect a barrier of light behind them to prevent the beast of nothingness from attacking them. Everyone, hurry up and retreat. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Retreat back into the fortress. When Ivan turned around and saw the divine sword shining like a lighthouse in the starry sky, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He quickly pulled the people next to him and roared, causing everyone to tremble in fear. They did not even have time to shout, "We obey God's orders," as they quickly grabbed the people next to them and ran. The scene was as chaotic as birds and beasts scattering. When everyone turned around and ran for their lives, Yun Nuoshing raised his divine sword high, and a trace of energy leaked out, rolling up a fine energy tornado around him. The space collapsed into a black hole of nothingness. The closed, colorful eyes slowly opened, and the colorful hair that had just recovered turned gray again at a speed visible to the naked eye. It only stopped when it was close to the root of the hair. At this moment, the divine sword seemed to have become the center of a whirlpool. Energy, space, and time were all collapsing towards it. The terrifying suction force caused even the magic circle in the sky to tremble slightly, and its light dimmed for a moment. When the energy had reached its peak, Yun Nuoshing no longer suppressed it. He glanced at the void beasts that were risking their lives to attack the spiritual light barrier, as well as the 3 mountains in the distance. The divine sword in his hand gently fell down, netherworld ruins, final slash. A sword light that was 1,000,000 feet long burst out from the city walls. Chapter 872. Like a tidal wave, the dark purple sword aura expanded dozens of times in size the moment it appeared, pushing towards the horizon like a high wall. The dazzling fiery light contained the power to destroy all things, enough to split the world in half. In fact, what everyone saw was indeed the scene of the world being split in two. The sword aura came and went as quickly as it came. Everyone only saw a blinding flash and a terrible power that could not be overpowered. Then, they saw a deep fissure cut into the sky and the earth, turning the earth into an abyss. Magma boiled beneath the abyss, while spatial fissures as large as a valley opened in the sky. Spatial power and the weak seeping power of the void kept drilling out of the fissure, and there were even streaks of golden fissures in the middle of the spatial fissure. Those were the fissures of the void that were about to crumble. The self-healing power of the world was repairing the spatial fissure that spanned tens of thousands of miles with great difficulty. As for the ground that had already collapsed, it could not be repaired, and the fissure would probably stand firm there for a long time to come. The sword slashed at the back of Livelian. At least 1/3 of the void beasts in this world were destroyed in that energy calamity. Ivan wiped the cold sweat that kept appearing on his forehead and inhaled sharply, looking at the calm Yuan Shi. "Who are you people? Could you be the other god on the other side?" "On the other side? Which side?" Yuan Shi tilted his head, appearing puzzled. Ivan was also puzzled, but after looking at Yuan Shi and the others for a moment, he shook his head with a faint smile. "No. Perhaps I am overthinking. You people do not have the divinity of a divine title. Well, it is not surprising that there are people in the boundless universe who could develop to the same level of power as the Eldar. There are still such worlds, though not many. If Ivan and the others wanted to destroy a planet, a galaxy, or even the entire world, it would be very easy for them to use the power of their priesthood. They were the gods of the 5 elements realm and had the power equivalent to the rules. It was very easy for them to destroy anything. However, if they were asked to destroy something with pure power like the Yunhua planet, it would probably be very difficult for them. That kind of pure energy attack could suffocate them to death just by accumulating it. Ivan and the others knew this, but they did not think too much about it except that they were even more curious about the identity of Yun Nuashing and the others. That abyss was right in front of the Bloodwing fortress and almost blocked the entrance of the valley. Looking down, they could see the rolling magma turning the surrounding cliffs red. In the distant plain and basin, there was nothing left except for a fan-shaped abyss crack. All the void beasts, big or small, had disappeared. No new general-level void beasts appeared in the space, nor did they open another space crack to throw void beasts out of their nest. The group of people had long been prepared to perish together with the enemy. When they saw 3 void beasts, they all thought that the Bloodwing fortress would fall today. However, they didn't expect that there would be no movement after all the void beasts were eliminated. I thought there would be another wave. After the 3 general-class void beasts were destroyed, a few more would appear. Ivan laughed self-deprecatingly. At first, I was shocked when I saw the momentum. I thought the other side had gone crazy and was determined to take down the Bloodwing fortress. That's good. We've been hiding for a while. Charles crossed his arms and nodded. Ivan also smiled. He reached out his hand and touched the large crack in front of them, softly saying, "Earth, heal." It was a very sudden scene. Yun Nuashing also heard this, but in the blink of an eye, the large crack disappeared. The earth was flat as if nothing had happened. TSK, the divine authority of the Eldar race is really enviable. Yun Nuashing was a bit speechless. She couldn't help but sigh when she thought about how many scars he had left on the divine realm. This ability to heal scars with a single hand was the innate ability of Ivan and the Eldar race, the innate ability to control the world. You guys are also very powerful, it's just that you don't have a divine authority. It's not that bad. This kind of power is only useful when you're managing the world, but when you're on the battlefield like this, I don't think I'll be able to make those void beasts choke to death with a single word. I might be able to destroy a planet or a star system, but when you eliminate these abnormal lifeforms one by one, this power won't be of any use. In the end, you'll have to gather your troops and do it yourself. Ivan shrugged. Everyone nodded when they heard this. That was indeed the case. After fighting for more than half a day, it was now dusk and close to nightfall. Ivan and the other Eldar race members were currently organizing the layout of the Bloodwing fortress defenses. The walls that had yet to be repaired from the previous battle were now being repaired with tools of various sizes. Yun Nuashing and the others glanced at each other, then jumped down from the walls and went to the inner circle of the walls so as not to disturb the other's work. The two walls were less than 50 meters apart from each other. Between the two walls was a row of simple wooden houses. Many weapons and defensive equipment were placed outside the wooden houses. Those things that looked like siege engines all had the energy waves of this world, which were spiritual energy waves. However, this time they did not have the chance to be used. Many of them had been turned into wreckage when the walls were breached before they could be used. The broken walls, collapsed houses, busy people inside and outside the fortress, and the weapons on the battlefield were inverted. Under the blood-red sunset, the scene appeared somewhat bleak, as if they had just survived a disaster. In fact, in the past few years of fighting, there were several spiritual deities on the battlefield, and very few warriors had fallen. Occasionally, there would be people who were carelessly dragged into the depths of the void beast's tide, and even their souls could not be extracted. However, there were very few of them. Even if there was only a trace of soul energy left, Ivan and the others could resurrect them with full health on the spot. I suddenly feel that the divine realm is quite peaceful. Yuanshi could not help but sigh as he looked at the people below who were busy but wearing tired smiles on their faces. Why are you suddenly sighing? Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and glanced at him. His body was slightly tilted into Bing Er's embrace, and he was almost exhausted. At this moment, it was difficult for him to even stand straight. A large group of people lay in a row on the walls and looked at Yuanshi. It's nothing. I just suddenly have this feeling. Yuanshi scratched his head and sighed. Although the divine realm is chaotic, as long as you have power, you can survive. The world is vast, and even if you offend a powerful force, you can still survive in another large region. However, in this world, in the world of Leviathan, we live in an unknown fear every day. Battles can break out at any moment. 1 second we might be sleeping in bed, and the next second, fully armed and armed to the teeth on the battlefield. In this world, everyone is a warrior. Even if they fight side by side with their gods, the threat does not show any signs of stopping. Every day, we are still living in an abyss of suffering. Although living in an abyss of suffering is not the right word, we should say that we try to survive. If we stop, we will die and the entire world will perish. Our throats are being choked at every moment. Life and death are never determined in the next second. Nightmare sighed faintly. It was rare that he did not go crazy. Instead, he stood very quietly to the side. Brother Yun. Yu threw herself into Yun Nuoshing's arms and hugged him. She looked up and gave him a silly smile. Little Moon also walked by and looked at her cheeky little sister who was making a fuss in his arms. She shook her head helplessly. Yu said that although this world is fun, it is also very depressing. Yun Nuoshing rubbed the head of the little girl who treated him like an older sister and would not take the initiative to act coquettishly. He rubbed his face against Yu's round face and said, "There is nothing we can do about it. I also want to solve the problem here as soon as possible, but there is almost no loophole that can be exploited by the first heavenly god's suppression of those who have crossed over from the divine realm to the lower realm. I'm afraid it will take some time to solve the problem of this galaxy. You can't even use the power of the heavenly gods?" Chu Yingzhan asked. Yun Nuoshing and Zero shook their heads together. The latter sighed and said, "Although the twin divine contract can activate the power of the heavenly gods, we can't use it to fight in that state. The power we have left here is only at the level of the heavenly gods' rule power. It can make a small adjustment to the rule power of the 5 elements realm. However, if we want to get rid of these void beasts that are not from the 5 elements realm, we still have to do it ourselves. They have reproduced in this world for tens of millions of years. It has been a long time since the fragments were expelled from the world of the Star Origin continent. They have built a nest on this planet and spread their power. The void beasts are all life forms that are the manifestation of the power of the fragments. They have low intelligence and can even be called retarded. They have no other thoughts in their minds except for smashing, burning, and plundering. However, there are too many of them. Yun Nuoxing also had a headache. The power that you have seen today is already the limit. Because of the suppression of the rule power, it is difficult to take another step forward. How long do you think it will take for me to get rid of all the void beasts in this galaxy? Well, everyone was a little dizzy. Things will get better. You are not fighting alone. Qin Yen walked to his side lightly and smiled at him. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Yes. I am not alone. Hey, idiot number 1 likes to pretend to be worried. Why do you think so much? Everything will work out when it comes to it. If you have time to think about these things, why don't you? Well, look, Ivan and the others are in a hurry. It seems that they have something to do. Zero was halfway through his lecture when he saw something out of the corner of his eye. He extended his hand and pointed. Everyone turned their attention to the direction of his finger. Then, they saw Ivan and a few others with golden lights flashing as they hurriedly walked towards the conference hall that they had been in not long ago. Let's go and take a look, Yun Nuoxing said softly. Bing Er nodded knowingly and flew up with him in her arms. Everyone followed behind them. The place was still the same, that ridiculously spacious resting room. The door was still half closed. The group of people from Yun Nua planet did not avoid anything. Pushing the door open with a palm, the group of people filed in, giving Yifan and the others a shock. As soon as they entered, they saw a complicated magic circle on the table. There were many strange golden symbols that looked like runes extending from the magic circle. They landed on the ground and extended to the wall. The whole magic circle was shining with a holy golden light. It looked very holy. However, in this holy light, there was a trace of a strange black aura. Everyone was familiar with this aura. More than an hour ago, they were still fighting against this aura on the battlefield. At the center of the array that covered half of the room, there was a person lying down. The first thing that came into view was a large white beard. It was a very old man, and his beard almost reached his legs. He was wearing a white divine robe with golden edges. His shoulders and kneecaps were covered with sturdy armor. The wide divine robe covered his thin and small body. His face was thin and slightly pale, and his lips were so white that there was almost no color. Yun Nuoxing and the others had just seen him on the battlefield. It was said that he was the Pope of Ivan's church, the supreme ruler of the Holy Kingdom. The Bloodwing Fortress was the most popular place among the 6 fortresses, so its defense was naturally stronger. This Pope was also fighting side by side with God. Yun Nuoxing and the others just found out that the Pope was actually more than 10,000 years old. The normal lifespan of a human in the Leviathan world was more than 100 years old. Warriors and others who cultivated spiritual energy could live up to thousands of years old. No matter how they counted, this Pope had already exceeded the normal lifespan limit. However, unlike the dying appearance that everyone saw, the Pope was shouting the name of God on the battlefield while waving the 1,000-pound hammer in his hand like the wind. At that time, everyone thought that they had seen a hot-blooded little old man. After a while, they saw him lying on the table. "Oh, you're here." When Ivan saw Yun Nuoxing and the others, he was stunned for a moment. He waved his hand and motioned for everyone to close the door. Then, he gently lifted a corner of the Pope's robe, exposing the source of the black presence to everyone. On the Pope's left shoulder, there was a strange symbol the size of a palm. It was a black rune that kept flashing with red light. Every time the red light flashed, it looked like a rhythmic breathing. It looked very scary. At the same time, the rune was emitting a faint black presence. The chaotic presence made everyone's expression turn solemn. "Is he possessed?" Zero was stunned. She whispered in the soul, "Although I had guessed it before, I was very curious when the astral spirit and the others told me. The dark element doesn't have any special power to possess. It's only specialized in destruction." This child's soul is stubbornly resisting its invasion. Ivan nodded and sighed heavily. A handsome young man was talking to an old man about a child. This scene caused everyone's cheeks to twitch. Although they all knew that the spirit race had an eternal lifespan and that Ivan's age was actually a little frighteningly old, they still felt that this scene was a little strange. Fortunately, everyone's ability to accept things was strong enough to quickly overlook this point. There's no way to get rid of it? Seeing Ivan and the others' serious expressions, the elemental spirit couldn't help but ask. Sigh. Ivan sighed heavily and shook his head. It's too late. This child doesn't even know when he encountered it. If only his body was invaded, it would be fine if he was destroyed and reborn. But now it has touched his soul, there's nothing we can do. Ozhir's pretty face turned gloomy. Yun Nuoshing and Zero thought for a while. The two of them exchanged a few glances and glanced at the palm-sized black rune a few times. In the end, they both nodded. Ozhir coughed softly and said, Well, we can deal with this thing. When his voice fell, everyone felt the room instantly fall silent. When they raised their heads, they saw Ivan and the other four staring at Zero with wide eyes. After a moment of silence, Ivan opened his mouth wide in astonishment. What? Zero staggered and said, So you held back for 5 minutes just to say ha? Oh no. Actually, well, you said that you can get rid of it? Ivan's face was full of suspicion. Yun Nuoshing and the others had never encountered this thing before. If they suddenly jumped out and said that they could deal with it, no one would believe them. This thing's resistance to the power of time isn't just a little bit. We've tried to rewind time, but it didn't work. In the end, we had no choice but to destroy the body and create a new one, but now we're touching the soul. Ivan's expression was solemn as he reminded Zero that the power of time wouldn't work. Ahem, it's complicated. I can feel that I have a way to deal with this thing. It's a feeling, you know? It's a sudden and inexplicable feeling. Zero spread out his hands. This matter was as long as a piece of cloth. It was not the time to tell them everything, so he could only find some lame excuses to fool them. Ivan and the others looked at each other strangely. Ivan scratched his head and stepped aside. He said, Then, you can go and try. Anyway, this child is waiting for death. Since you said that you have a way, just give it a try. If it doesn't work, I will hold a god's burial. I have to let the child die with dignity. Is there anything I can help you with? Ozhir asked. Zero thought for a moment, waved his hand and said, It's nothing. Maybe the scene is a little bloody. If you can't bear to watch, just turn your head away. Ivan swallowed his saliva and said, Then I'll just keep an eye on it. Zero shrugged and walked to the front of the Pope. He took a deep breath and covered his palm with a layer of yellow film. Then, under everyone's nervous gaze, he suddenly inserted his hand into the rune. Poof! The sound of flesh being penetrated made everyone grimace and their cheeks twitch. Yun Nuoshing could not help but roll her eyes. It sounded painful. Ivan saw Zero's serious face and did not say anything to disturb him. He just watched nervously. When the palm was inserted into the black rune on the Pope's shoulder, it did not really penetrate the body because there was no blood. The palm went directly into the Pope's soul. If it were the spirit of the starry sky and the others, they would only be slightly possessed. In that case, it would be easy to grab the emitted black fog, twist it into a ball with power, and then pull it out. It was like pulling out a thorn. However, the Pope's soul was eroded. This thorn had turned into a barb. To pull it out, one would have to dig out a whole piece of flesh. This was the current situation. The black fog was entangled in the Pope's soul. In order to pull it out, one would need to use some special means. After that, the Pope's soul would be weakened. This was something that Ozhir and the others could easily treat. With a soft sound, everyone saw that the black fog entangled on the Pope's shoulder and the whole demonic black rune were suddenly peeled off by Zero and flew into the magic circle. Without a host, the black fog was quickly purified by the infinite divine power. Zero felt that this was already light enough. However, the people who had watched the whole process were all grimacing. They could not bear to look at it directly, as if they were the ones who had just been dug out. The Pope's soul is slightly damaged. That's good. I'll leave the rest to you. It's fine now. Zero waved and smiled. Osier came back to her senses and quickly went forward to take a look. Then she began to heal the Pope's slightly damaged soul. Ivan looked at his Pope and found that he was fine. His expression suddenly became strange. How did you do it? I don't know. I just felt that it was a needle with a barb. I just removed it. Zero scratched his head, puzzledly, and looked at Ivan. I thought you would know. Seeing that Zero was even more confused than him, Ivan did not know whether to laugh or cry. This matter has been troubling us for a long time, and we have not been able to solve it. If we touch it directly, even we will be corroded. So, no one has done such a risky thing. It's a strange intuition. I don't recommend you to try it. Maybe it's because of your power of time. Ivan pondered for a long time, but he still could not figure out what was going on. The people who knew could only roll their eyes and pretend that they did not know. To hell with the power of time. This black thing was fundamentally something that belonged to these two guys. If they could not remove it, no one in the world could dispel it. After the black fog disappeared, the Pope's face slowly returned to normal. The damage to his soul had been healed by Osier. The rest of the injuries would be dealt with in a while. Yun Nuoshing and the others felt that everything was fine now, so they did not block the way and quietly left the room. Speaking of rest, Yun Nuoshing himself had not recovered yet. At this time, he still looked like a frosted eggplant. His eyelids were trembling, and people were worried that he would not be able to get up if he took a wrong step. I think we should go to the back of the Leviathan and have a look, Yun Nuoshing said calmly. Everyone turned pale with fright. Bing-er stumbled and almost fell to the ground with him. Everyone looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. In the end, this suggestion was rejected by everyone. They all said that if he showed any signs of moving, they would punch him to the ground. After that, Yun Nuoshing did not say anything. Bing-er on the left and Qin Yen on the right, Little Moon and Yor on the front and back, pulled and pushed him. The four girls threw him onto the bed like a dismembered corpse. When they saw him peacefully close his eyes and fall asleep quietly, they wiped away their cold sweat. They were really afraid that this guy would rush to the back of the Leviathan. He had the ability to move. Fortunately, Yun Nuoshing was a little weak at this time. Otherwise, they probably could not do anything to him.